There we go. Make sure I sound all right here. There we go. Make sure I sound all right here. Cool. Mute that just so it doesn't go in circles the whole stream because that's not a great idea. All right. For anybody who's popping in early, thank you and welcome. For anybody who's tuning in once this is on YouTube, hello, hi, and welcome. Getting everything set up here. Going to be going live on MineCraft in just a couple minutes. Boom, boom, boom. Hope the music is nice and chill. Okay. I think I'm all set here, so I'm going to go ahead and load up. And here we go. There we are. All right. Got the glasses off today because it's not a serious stream. This is a chill, relaxed stream. Oh, look at that. Hey, what do you know? Great way to start off. 1, 2, 3, 4 of the dripstones are bigger than before. I keep knocking off the ends so they reduce back to the little size and then just spread them around so they grow more. I think I need a bigger dedicated area for these guys. I'll be honest, I haven't noticed the ones without spikes growing spikes. So I don't know how that's supposed to work. But yeah, I tell you what, let's knock some of these tips off here. What do you say? That one. That one, and that one. There we go. Got them? Yeah. Just so that way we can replant them here, there, and there. And we got one more, huh? That's okay. It'll go in the box. No biggie. Boom, boom, boom. So I got dripstone stuff here and there. Today's going to be a pretty relaxed stream. I am not going to stress things out today. In fact, I may put a bunch of extra torches all over just to make sure that nothing comes and blows me up in my base. I want to consider a door. Oh, I'm going to get so many distraction ideas, aren't I? I'll ring the bell to start things off here. Looks like a couple of our friends are online. I'm going to say hi to them. There we go. Good friend Cups is online. She started just recently. And Alex is online. He's been going at this for a while. Yeah, fantastic. Can't sleep yet. That's no problem. I think the last time we finished, we were playing around with the Nether Railroad and helping some people and going up and down stairs to the Geode. I think part of what I want to do is return to a little bit of that. Oh yeah, the railroad. I did mention, oh, you know what? I didn't return this stuff to Riley between stream. Let's check out the Nether Railroad and see if we need to use any more of this, and then we can return the rest to him. How about that? So let's start there. Let's get our sword in hand. Brave the Nether. Here we come. Okay, well, I guess the best way to do this is to test it, huh? Here we go. Yes. I remember now. Okay, nice. Getting some little glowberries. A little more light here. I need a lot more carpet to line the outsides here and there. Ooh. Hey, not bad. Oh, I need another one of these guys, don't I? Yeah, redstone torch. Or redstone lamp. Not torch, gracious. Lamp to go here. Just so it matches the aesthetic. How do you make a redstone lamp? Let's see here. Can I search for that? somebody outside. Can't search for it. So I tell you what, let's go on the hunt for something here. Wolf Farm is producing colors again. Ooh, thank you so much, Zafane. Good to know. Glowberries along here. Boop, boop, boop. I can pop them off as I ride by, but I can't grab them as I'm riding through. I'll get some later. Okay, so first thing, looks like our section of the railroad is done. I'm gonna come down here, hop a minecart. Oh, that's way. There we go. And return the rest of this rail equipment to Riley. Don't need it. I don't want to just hog it, so return that for now. Oh, good. Yes, set me on fire, please. Whee! Why was there a zombie right here? Methinks somebody accidentally led one here. What does the book barrel do? Look at all these mending books. Efficiency, protection, and power. My gracious. Goodness. Alright. I can get any seaweed that way. Uh-oh. To drown. Doesn't appear to have any trident, so he's not going to be all that worth it unless he drops some copper for us. Nope, just the rotten zombie flesh. Ew, gross. Oh yeah, boats. Nice. Feel free to let me know if the music's too loud or too quiet, or none of the sounds from the game are coming through. Well, hey there, Curry. How are you doing? Meow. Yeah, meow. Okay. Let's first put the rails up here. Then, let's see. Uncooked. There we go. A little present for him for later. Oh, you know what else goes in there? Because that's not cooked either. Cool. So he's got a section for redstone. Just the redstone blocks. All right, let's see if we can look up the recipe for redstone lamp. No. I'm not going to be that lucky. Okay, well. I imagine I can figure it out. No, not too hard. But, anything else? Oh yeah, the redstone blocks that I swiped. Need some glowstone. Yeah. Back to the nether for that. It's getting nighttime. Oh, look who joined. Madam Pedunk is on the server now, too. Say hi once we're in the railroad here. Whoa. Hello. 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 Get out of here, guy. Goodness. What in the world? How did he come through here? Oh, he probably came through from the other side. Riley, your portal's not very secure. My goodness. One glowstone block surrounded by 4 redstone dust. Oh, hey, very nice. Thank you so much for that information. Got so many people on this server that know a lot more than I do. That, and it's been forever since I've made stuff like this. Say hi. There we go. Okay, so think I do have some glowstone back at my little base. Hey there, Riley. Just got done returning all the railroad stuff back to your big library of storage chests. Yeah, look at this. I have a cart. Lead all the way over to my nether portal, too. Down the color portal tunnel. Go. And we're here. Yay. Wait, do I have anything in here for this? No. Well, before going back in, I may as well get some glowstone. Stuff to climb with? I sure do. Okay. Hey, Zaphane's in here too. Nice. Alright, buddy. Double check. I have gold pants. Let's get the place dirty. Some things up there and over there. Some closer stone or glowstone rather. Some of those guys. It's not going to do the same thing. No, thank you. I'm good. Okay, let's see. Okay, if I can get up there, that's probably back where I was. Yeah, well, if I could at least get up on top of that structure, I can do this. Here we go. So just the other side of this tree structure is I need. So what is this? Nether wart block. Okay. Good. I'll use it for, but I'll probably use it for something. Look at that. Little mushrooms growing up here, too. Red mushroom. All right. So, how is everybody tonight? Doing well, I hope. I've had myself an exciting week at work. Not really able to go into much details, but what I will say is big projects are being completed. So lots of good news for my team. What I can also say is it feels so good to be on my weekend. If some of y'all don't know, I do work during the week and really mostly just stream on my weekends. If I can get some more time freed up, I may stream more often. There. I can pick up the vine without cutting it. Weeping vines. Hey, very nice. Let's see. Fall through. Gotta get up there, huh? Good thing I brought lots of cobblestone. Everybody's favorite block in abundance. So here is where having a silk touch pickaxe would come in handy, because each one of these would just stay whole. As it is, I'm going to have to sacrifice several of them just to make one. Put a little platform here. Bane says, doing well, flattening an area near my base and building a mismatched village. Ooh. Going for sort of an eclectic look, I guess. Trying to, are you trying to make it look like a bunch of different kind of art styles coming together, perhaps? So that'll let me reach most of it here. Let's see. Idea is there's a dimensional bleed under my mobile home due to the engine leak. I wondered if that was going to get out of control. You can't trust those mobile home leaks. Look at there. Just lying around is just lying around in my stream. Hello, hello. I'm sure some of this is going in the lava below. Maybe not as much as I thought. All right, well, that's good. Is that all of it? Should I be greedy? Yeah, let's do it. Let's get one. There we go. Cool. The rest... there. Leave it go further down. Okay, well, I guess that's all of it there. Gonna invite everyone to put together a unique house in the village. Oh, well, that'll pretty much ensure that it's all sorts of different looks. Here for the vibes and the soothing Dragon Man. Well, hopefully I can deliver on that, huh? Thank you so much for coming to hang out. Appreciate that. I got some glow dust. Actually got a good bit of it. That's a lot more than I expected to get out of that. Okay, all right. Not as disappointed as I thought I'd be. Check it out. I got a couple glowstone blocks now. So that, well, I can't do it in this tiny one, but I imagine putting dust on all four sides of it is what turns it into the redstone lamp. So that'll be cool. All right. Let's get back here. I have an axe. No, I don't. I'm sure that's the run. This is a axe material. Ooh, crimson stem looks very nice. I like it. I'll tell you what. Let's do that to get back down, at least a little ways. Probably go through this much faster if I had an actual axe. An actual axe. Haha, terrible puns. Be here all night, folks. Uh-oh. I hear a ghast. You guys know me, I'm not a fan of the ghast. Go. There's a light thing right here. Oh. I will say, there's a small amount of trepidation looking up and seeing that little bit of orange glow. Because that bit of orange glow is a lot like that bit of orange glow. If you catch my drift. Yeah. I know it's not lava, but you know, that thought is there for just a moment. By the way, if everybody likes the music, yeah, the panic is real. If everybody likes the music by Game Chops. Riley showed them to me not too long ago, and they do royalty-free music. So, oh, there's our boy over there. How many arrows? I got 2 arrows. Oh, jeez, 2 arrows. Yeah, so not gassed things. The music is Game Chops, and they put their stuff out there. It is stream safe. It's some nice remix stuff. It's good. It's good music. I definitely enjoy it. Okay. In the interest of trying to keep this stream a little chill, I don't really want to take on the ghast. There he is. Oh, but if I can hit him while his back is turned. I don't know. What do you think? Should I just run for it? Is it worth risking it for the biscuit? I have 2 arrows. That's it. Oh, too late. Let's pick it back up if I fired into the block right in front of me. Here we go. Woo-hoo-hoo! Oh, wait a minute. Did it not explode? Hold on. Hold on. Wait a second here. Did you guys see it? It looked like it hit here, but it didn't explode. I'm out of arrows now, by the way. What's he just sitting there for? Come on, bucko, fire. Okay. Oh, it just goes into this stuff and doesn't explode. Oh, that's valuable intel. What do you know? She could make armor out of this stuff. May not be very strong, but it would deflect gas tears, or gas explosions, rather. Well, maybe in the interest of making things ghast-proof, I should collect a lot more of this stuff. 21 blocks of it right now. I'll tell you what, let's hang out for just a few more minutes. What do you say? I don't want to strip all of it away, but, you know, it'd be useful. There's an infinity enchantment book. One of the barrels in the GoldTail Central Station. As long as you have an arrow in your inventory, you'll have slides. Yeah, I've used infinity before. I just, you know, didn't have anything like that on a nice bow. I haven't done much with the enchanting yet. The closest I've gotten was taking a bunch of iron into... well, into your basement, actually. Trading with the guys down there. That's how I got the sword I have, and the armor, and the pickaxe. I don't think any of them sell any fancy bows, so I didn't pick any of that up. Get your bow. So enchant your bow once you hit 30 and slap it on your bow. Nice. Just need a couple more levels and I'll be there. Okay. I'm not going to pretend. This is no, I don't think Riley's guys sell bows, but bought enchantments pale compared to the level 30 ones. Oh, I see, I see. Alright, let's see if our ghastly ghast is around. Looks like he's moved on. Good. Not really interested in tangling with him right now. Okay. There's the multicolored tunnel right there. I'm really gonna have to put more of this stuff all over the place too, just to really ramp up that rainbow effect. So let's see. This stuff doesn't need to come back to the overworld, the nether block, but this will be helpful for ghast proofing in the nether here, so that'll be handy. This crimson stem is pretty nice. I wonder if I can put it in here. I doubt it. Yeah, no, of course not. Goes into crimson planks. And you make the crimson hyphae. You put 4 of them together, that way it just doesn't have the cross section. Alright. I'm curious what it would look like as stripped logs. Okay, well. Crimson roots. Let's put this mushroom in here. The door behind. Oh, that's right. We want to make one of these. Well, looky there. Let's go for a quick ride on the rails. I feel we got the perfect music for it right now. Until it fades anyway. Okay, so now, when we step on it, it turns on. Hooray! Doesn't have the fastest kick station, but that's okay. I'd like to have more of this as maybe like a glass or a nice decorative block. Maybe even continue the color countdown further backwards into the tunnel. Might be helpful. Then instead of it counting, you know, red, orange, yellow, blue right here, it would count it across the entire pathway. I'll have to think about that. There's extra lapis in the chest beside my enchanting table for you to use. Well, that's very sweet. Thank you so much, Stephanie. Let's see what everyone's working on here. Had an Ender Boy roomie for a bit. Oh my goodness, Badunk. I had to kick him out. He was getting the place dirty and never cleaning up. Oh my goodness. Rude. Working my house floor. Enjoying the new design. So what kind of floor style are you going for? Okay, let's get back to the overworld. Got a couple of things to do up there. One of which is fortifying our entrance here. Checker style. Ooh, very nice. So, as it stands at the moment, anything can just spawn out in the field and walk right in here. It's a very welcoming entrance, sorta. Kinda. But, especially for creepers and zombies, I've noticed so far. They seem to really feel quite welcome here. So, I need to do something to keep them from coming in. I guess some fences with carpet on it would be the best way to start. That way I can just sort of hop over it without mobs coming right through. So, wood. You know what? I kind of like the dark oak. I think that's going to be real good for me. Yeah, there we go. That'll make 6 of them. Well, if I put sticks back here, it'll make 6 of them. There we go. So I have 8 now. Okay. And this is at an angle, so it's not going to be straight across. There we go. And then let's make it so that guys can't just hop over this way, because that's just going to defeat the whole purpose, isn't it? If they just hop up on here and walk right across, well, what's the point? Let's take this guy out and put one right here as well, once I'm on the inside. There we go. Now this entrance isn't going to stay here, and that's why I don't mind it looking a little crummy. The real entrance is going to actually be moved over a little bit, made much bigger, and go kind of out that way. We'll get to working on that in a while. No. Here, so let's see. How about, yeah, some of this cyan carpet right here. There we go. Just so that way any player can come along and hop over. Mobs cannot. Let's just increase that a little bit. I also need a better way of dealing with chickens. And I think I know how, but I need to make one of them automated chicken farm thingies. Yeah, you guys. This isn't where it'll be anyway, so I don't need to put it right there. What I do need to do is eat. How about some baked potatoes? Okay. I'm going to take just a quick break and check on stuff for my stream here. Okay, cool. Had what looked like a bot in the stream earlier. Just wanted to make sure they weren't still here. ArtStation Cartographer also has his name. Ooh, very cool. Let's see. There's a functional but very slow Wither skeleton farm down in the Nether Fortress now. Ooh. Just head down the new tunnel when you get there. That sounds exciting. Sounds very exciting. We'll have to visit that soon. Look at all this smooth stone we have. It's not smooth stone yet, is it? No. Not until we dunk it in here. Well, even then. Oh yeah, that's right. We used lava, didn't we? Sure did. Which isn't a bad way to cook these things up, especially if I have an easy way to get to a bunch of lava. Don't. So that's where it sort of falls apart a little bit, doesn't it? I need a way to get to lava. I don't have a lava generator of sorts. But the Nether is just over there. Not hard to get to at all. It's got a lot of lava. Not to mention, my basement down here has got a lot of lava in it too. But I think to start things off, let's empty the inventory a little bit. Let's go back down to the Geode and get a few more of these right here. The shards, blocks. Got some other random stuff up here. Is this the one that's most likely to be able to be emptied? I think so. Let's clear a few things out of here. Yeah, there we go. And then I can put it all in here. Right here, you. And you. Let's put the iron in here. Let's put the redstone in here. Even the glowstone. These guys in there. There's a different kind of plant, but that's okay. That wood in here. Okay. Oh, I had my, sure did. I had my gradient here, didn't I? These blocks get darker and darker as you go, from pretty much white all the way to black. Cool. Okay. So bone meal. There's no room for that. Let's put the bone meal in here. These things. Let's put blocks up here. The glass in here. And now we have, aside from this bottom row, we have a great little box carrying blocks from downstairs. Oh, thank you so much, Safane. I appreciate your report for me. I try to boot those kind of things out when I see him, but at the time when he popped in, I was working on doing something else. Got distracted. Okay, let's see how much the geode has grown. Ah, yes. Look at all these full-grown shards. I know they aren't all full-grown. That's okay. Let's see what we can gather out of this. Yeah, that's right. I was going to use the weaker pickaxe to make sure I don't accidentally break through some of these, wasn't I? Yeah. That was recommended to me last time. Perhaps by Zafane or Alex, even. There's also some mobs nearby, and I keep hearing them as if they're in this room. I think they're just like real close. Okay, let's go upstairs here a little bit. Yeah, there we go. I don't know how well it's coming through on the stream, but I love the little chime sound of these. These crystals. When you walk on them, and when you break them, when you push them around with pistons, they make noises for a lot of different reasons. In fact, if I remember correctly, one of our GoldTail members here actually used a whole bunch of these in a piston feed tape to make some really neat entrance to their little cave. Of course, the piston feed tape itself makes a lot of racket, but the chimes going around are kind of neat. I kind of want to know how fast these guys grow. Like, nothing I need to look up, but I'm just curious. Like, I just sit down here and wait a little bit where all these immature ones grow up, like right before my eyes. I have a feeling a bunch of them sure would. I've thought a bit about automating some of this, but honestly, these crystals are real pretty to just kind of take down on my own. Really need anything automated to do it for me. Having fun doing it here. But also, there's such irregularity to them. Like, they're not all full grown. So, like, if I were to have something scrape across the side here and break that, it wouldn't get me anything. So, I'd have to be very careful about what I would use to scrape them. I kind of think I would need a different geode for that. One that's probably not as prolific as this one, just so that way I could work some kind of redstone system around it. Boom, 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 boom. Alright. So let's see. What else have I been up to lately? Been playing a bunch of Monster Hunter Stories 2. I streamed that on here a few weeks ago. It seemed to go over well. People enjoyed watching it. I will probably do some more of it soon. The thing I'm going to have to warn my stream is that where I left off previously in the stream and where I am now are worlds apart. I'm a lot further in the story. So if you're still worried about spoilers, this is even further along. I'm mostly farming certain monsties right now. There were certain ones where I just really wanted to get, you know, certain kind of genes out of them, certain monsties just in general. And there's a couple ways to do it. And I found an area, let's just drop, there we go, where I can farm certain monsties that I really, really like. So I've kind of stagnated my game for a little bit. I stalled it, and I'm just staying in that one area for a little while. You know who else has been playing that game is Pedonk. She set it aside for a little bit. She's been doing some other things, of course, while still having fun with it, though, every so often. The funny thing is, it makes her really sleepy to play it. Or to watch somebody play it, for that matter. So, it's kind of funny. Because she'll sit down to play it. Next thing I know, her character is waiting for an input for battle, and she's fallen asleep with it in her hands. She can be adorable like that sometimes. It's very different than playing Monster Hunter Rise, which requires a lot of rapid inputs, like a fighting game, you know, like a Street Fighter kind of game, combined with like a monster hunting in general, you know. So it's a neat game. Monster Hunter Rise requires a lot more attention from moment to moment, whereas with stories, it's an RPG. Everything moves relatively slow. You know, even random encounters are sort of that way. Like, you're not really going to encounter something at random unless you run into it. It could be walking around just a few feet away from you, but if it doesn't see you, it's not going to run into you, so it doesn't start the battle. And even if it does, you're not likely to get attacked. The game's going to wait for you to choose your move before the monster also does their move within the turn. So, you know, if you fall asleep while playing it, then you can. You can totally fall asleep while playing it and not necessarily lose. The game will just kind of go to sleep after a while. Just like you do. But anyway, all that to say, Patty's been enjoying the game, but has also gotten a little sleepy while playing it too. I find it adorable, so I'm not complaining. I do want to play with her, though. That's the only downside, I guess, is that I got to get her to make some more progress so that she is ready to take on some co-op missions. I think that'd be a lot of fun. And I streamed it here before, and I'd love to stream it again. But I'd also like to be able to share the experience too. You know? Not just me, but have other people playing as well. I know Cups has been playing a bit of Monster Hunter Rise. I don't know how far along she's gotten, but she was making some good progress last I understand. Yeah, the calcite's amazing in here. Stuff is fantastic. In fact, you know, somebody else who's played a good bit of Monster Hunter Rise has been our very own Riley Arlick here. The Garlic Arlick. As far as I understand, Riley, you've put it down for a little bit, but you definitely were enjoying it. In fact, I think you got into it before me, didn't you? I want to say you did. So, that honestly does bring up a little discussion point. Apparently that's been sort of the complaint for a lot of folks when they reach end game. Yeah, you introduced it to me, of course. We're not there yet. We actually have a lot more we can still do. But I've heard that folks will kind of reach a certain point and they're like, I want to play it, but there's nothing else to do. But when I've talked to some friends about trying out Monster Hunter World, which, you know, that one's still going strong. People still play it. What I hear is that it is way too grindy. So on one side, Rise is not grindy enough because, you know, you kind of run out of things to do. But World is a little too grindy, and it makes it kind of frustrating to get things because you'll be trying, you know, 30 times before you get the part you need to drop. So, I don't know. In the meantime, I do find that Monster Hunter Stories is a fantastic middle ground. It's a very different style game. It's a fun RPG. I'm enjoying it. I'm really looking forward to doing some co-op multiplayer stuff. So, for anybody else who is already playing it, love to team up. For anybody else who's considering it, hint, hint. Feel free to jump in and we can try it out. One nice thing is the demo is free. The demo itself is for you. Just go to the actual Nintendo eShop entry for Monster Hunter Stories, and instead of buying it, there's an option to download the demo of the game. And the nice thing is, if you decide, oh, I really like this, I want to buy the full game, but I don't want to start over, well, you don't have to. All of your progress in the demo carries over. There we go. Carries over into the main game. You even get a few little bonuses, so that's kind of nice. Let's see. Those are cool. Have you not seen Geode? Oh. Yeah, so the Geode, I'll pop over here real quick and show you this, Cups. This one's a little more complete, but when you break through, they're covered in all this purpley, sparkly stuff. And they kind of ring tingle when you walk on them and when you break them. And then these little crystals grow. When they're little bitty like this, you don't want to break them. But when they're real big, like that one, you can break them and get these shards, which I've been collecting here. Get a whole lot out of these things. Get up there. I don't know if yet. Is that enough? That's enough. There we go. Is that one big enough? Not yet. So yeah, you can farm them, and as long as you leave the ones with the X on them behind, like that right there, then they'll keep regrowing these little shards. And you do kind of like I'm doing. You just kind of revisit it every so often, get more shards out of it, and you can use these shards to make the blocks. So that way, you know, you can make more and more and more of them. You just can't move the ones with the X. If you break it, they're gone and you get nothing. So it's whenever you find a geode, you kind of have to leave the X's where they are. So this particular geode is in my basement. And it's actually two of them near each other. I got real lucky on that. Uh-oh. Who's here to ruin the day? See this boy over here? He thinks he's going to ruin my day. But I'm not going to let him. I wish I had an arrow. I don't. Where are you, buddy? Y'all saw him too, right? Creeper boy hanging out in here. There he is. He's just right over there. You gonna come here? Uh-huh. You stay over there. Alright, well, he came through from somewhere. I need to light this place up a little better, is what that means. So let's get out of here for now. I don't spawn anything more in here. I'll have to come back with some torches later. I don't want him to blow up my geode. It's funny, I brought my little purple box here to put all the geode pieces in, but I didn't bother. It's all just in my normal inventory. You know, I wonder. Hey, wait a minute. Yeah, let's get an axe. Yes, this axe right here. So, let's try that little trick that Riley showed us. The doors. So, you stand right here and place it just like that. And it thinks it's closed, even though it's wide open. So now, stand right here. Same thing. Thinks it's closed when it's wide open. So I can walk through, but supposedly mobs will get stuck there. I know it's just cobble, but whatever. Put it there. That way I don't have to do buttons, pressure plates, and whatnot. Okay. Got a bunch of this stuff, which is fantastic. Actually, I'll tell you what I should do. Let's bring all of this out. Yeah, put it all in here. All fits. How about that? Then I can put this in the ender chest. Keep it safe. Yeah. Alright. So, let's get a little something to eat. What should we take on next? I think Zephane's suggestion about the enchantment stuff is probably a good idea. I just have a regular bow. But I should probably visit some of the guys that do some of the different villagers folks have around here. And see what we can get. I'm going to take some blocks of iron and see what we can get out of the ones in Zephane's basement. I kind of don't think that any of them make bows, and that's okay. We might be able to get some other things that are nice in exchange. So we'll start with that. Now, let's head on over there. It's not very far, in fact. It's real close. Here we go. Whee! Wonder why those weren't glowing any glowberries. Maybe they have to be a little taller before they'll start glowing glowberries. Actually, these guys haven't regrown any in a while. There we go. Okay. Let's pop through. Whoa, okay. Let's, well, Zephane, you weren't kidding about there being something going on in your, in your base. Oh my goodness. Well, that was fun. Okay, let's see. I think it's this way. Ah, no. No. I'll not be responsible for destroying somebody else's base. Oh, no. Settle down. Oh, my gracious. Why are these guys all over the place? What is going on? Guess it must have spawned over here or something. Ooh. That was close. Zephane, light up more of your base. Oh my gracious, nether wart. We're down another level here. Yeah, here we go. These guys. Alright, let's see what these wise guys have. An axe with efficiency 2. Mine's better. Sword with sharpness 2. Mine is unbreaking 2. Well, Okay, efficiency, silk touch, and unbreaking. I think that's the same axe that I got. and the unbreaking sword. Yep. I think these guys are going to have all the same stuff as before. Wait, what? Oh, okay. Say. I'm not getting the pants because I got to keep the gold pants on me. Yeah. There's really nothing new here. Okay, well, that was cool all the same. This fancy machinery down here. Hey. Oh, what do we have in here? Let's not walk up with something dangerous in my hands. How about that? Librarians. Oh. Multi-shot. Knockback. Multi-shot. Projectile protection. Okay. What do you have? Fortune 3. There's infinity, so I need 8 emeralds and a book. And I can get infinity. Whoa, impaling 5. 60. Something tells me I should go ahead and convert a lot of this iron into emerald on that first floor down there. That's right. Okay, everybody's, you know, ganging up here. Let's see, sharpness 3, lure, smite. You got it for me. Multi-shot, knockback, multi-shot, not a projectile. Okay, it's you again. Loyalty, huh? I know what that goes on. Sweeping edge 2. Oh. Sharpness 5. That would be good to put on here. I think I need to make some books. And go ahead and get a bunch of emeralds. Riptide, protection 3, protection 1. Okay, well. I'll leave you guys in there for right now. I'll be back upstairs in a minute. Oh, wait a minute. I gotta actually go make some books. I can take care of this part while I'm here. Let's see. You, maybe? Oh, yeah, I gotta convert this into... Jeez Louise. Okay. Really? That's all I can get for that? Okay. Well, they don't give you too many, do they? They max out pretty quick. Some of those spells were real expensive. Like, lots and lots of emeralds. Alright, so now I have a stack and a half of emerald. I like how that last guy was like, here, I'll give you an emerald for a diamond. Really, that's a good deal. Only if I had a way to generate diamonds out of nothing. Sure, great deal. We don't have a diamond farm yet. I don't think such a thing exists in Minecraft. Moment. Okay, wait a minute. Wait. Let's figure out how much I need here. How many books and how many emeralds. Okay, so start with this guy right here. Riptide, no. Protection 3, no. Protection 1, no. So not you. This fella. Channeling, Fortune 1, Sweeping Edge 2. Not you. This guy. Multi-shot, knockback, multi-shot, projectile protection. No, not you either. You up here. Loyalty 3, Sweeping Edge 2, Sharpness 5. So I need 53. I'm going to bring out a calculator on the side just because I need to know for sure and not miscount. So, those of you with big calculator brains can do this along with me. So right now, unless I do something to reduce the cost of these from him, I could give him paper. That's One that I'm going to want is sharpness 5, so 53 emeralds to start with. Okay. Is that you? That was you. This one. Channeling, fortune, sweeping it. No, not you. This one. Fortune 3, infinity. So there's 8 more right there. Impaling. Now, impaling, I don't know if that applies to bows or not. It might. Give me a second, folks. I'm going to look this one up. Oh, it's for the trident. Nah, I don't need that after all. Okay, well, that's good enough. And then smite. This is smite 5. Smite. You put on a sword or an axe, apparently. Increases damage dealt to skeletons, zombies, zombie villagers, wither skeletons. Wow. I would definitely like to get smite, so that's an additional 45 emeralds, bringing the grand total to 106. Unless any of these guys are feeling generous, like they might reduce their price for me. But I feel that's not going to happen. Fortune 3 would also be a really good one, but I think there's a better one. Well, right? Fortune? I don't remember how high up a level it goes. Let's take a look here. No, Fortune 3 is the maximum. Okay, well, that would be really good to put on a pickaxe. Unless I want to put Silk Touch, maybe. I think I need... I've got 31 levels now, so I think the other thing I need to do is go take a look at an enchanting table to see if that's going to be any better than... yeah, I think it's Trident only. You got it right, Cups. Exactly right. There's paper. Ooh, now this might reduce the cost of things. Let me check something here. Zafane says there's extra lapis in a chest beside my enchanting table to use. Okay. This is not it. This is something else. Enchanting table in there? It looks like it should be, but I don't think it is. Actually, let's double check what he said here. There's an infinity enchantment book in one of the barrels in the GoldTail Central Station. Okay. Your enchantment bow. Once you get 30, slap it on your bow. No, but I think Riley sells. I think Riley's guys sell bows. Let's take a look over at Riley's base real quick, too. What do you say? We're just shopping around here. Shopping. Let's carry the sword just in case another creeper decides to spawn in front of me. I don't know why that was open. I don't know why there's a child yelling in the music. I really don't know. Here we go. Do-do-do-do-do. Ba-dum-bum-bum-ba-dum. I hear a ghast, and I think I will always look. Okay. I don't really want to go over to Riley's base again. Not with another zombie dude, you know, just spawning right outside. Hopefully that doesn't happen. Riley, if you can listen, if you're here and you can hear me, you might want to protect... That was pretty. Might want to protect your portal a little better. Last time I came through, I got ambushed coming in going. I popped out this direction, and there were zombies waiting on the other side to set me on fire. It was daytime. And then when I went back the other way, there was a zombie in gold armor that didn't really want to die, and he kept attacking me, trying to give hugs. I saw a drowned under here, but I don't know where he is. hear him. He must be right behind me. Okay. There he is. You gonna throw a trident at me? No. He's gonna sink down to the depths, apparently. Bye. Now, let's see. Riley, didn't you have some guys that can trade stuff? Were they up there? I don't remember where you put them. Label it. Ah, no. What is that? Oh, I see. There's stuff under there, huh? Let's see. Mending. Only 16. That's kind of nice. Looting 3. Silk touch. That's another 10. Another 10 emeralds. So 116 emeralds so far that I need. Can I talk to you from here? No. No, I don't want the lectern. Talk to you. Efficiency 5. Ooh. Efficiency 3. Efficiency 2. And protection 3. Huh. Okay, well, I could get something like that. Efficiency 5 and put it on this big old pickaxe. Go even faster. That'll swallow up 37 diamonds. Let's add 37 onto my number. That's 153 emeralds, not diamonds. I don't know why I'm saying diamonds. Emeralds. Okay. Let's sneak. I don't want to get hit. Ha! Ah, okay. Back down we go. I don't think those are the guys. You out here? Ooh, what a pretty tree. I like it. All kind of makes me wish I had a shader pack on like Padu does. Let's look in here. Nope. No one in there. Well, if Riley's guys sell bows, I don't know where they are. I don't think they're up there. Okay, well, we'll head on back for now. Then again, I seem to remember something about this. Oh, down we go. Oh, lots of bones. I will grab some bones. We're just looting all over the place, aren't we? Arrows and bows. Well, may as well start with a fresh bow. For enchanting, huh? Wow. All sorts of stuff gets dropped here, huh? Trash. Very cute. Here go the skelly guys. Oh. Oh. Nice. Okay. All right. Up we go. All the way up. Okay, well, that was fun, but that wasn't it either. Those guys over there? No, that's where the oxalotls are hiding. Let's go check them out. I haven't been over here yet. It's just a chill stream anyway, you know? I got glasses off tonight. Means it's real chill. Ooh, a dolphin. Think we can get the dolphin's grace? Yeah, look at that. We're really moving. Oh, look at this cute place. Look at him go. Everybody went out? Just kidding. Oh, they got them sorted by color. It'd be a shame if somebody were to come and mix them all up, huh? You know, they look like Neapolitan ice cream. Pink for strawberry, brown for chocolate, and kind of a whitish for vanilla, and yellow for pineapple sherbet, because why not? Don't give you ideas, huh? All you need's a bucket with water, right? He's got his little farms going on back here. And a horse on top of the... Of course. I mean, where else would you put a horse? Why not? Just put it right up there, of course. Extreme is infiltrate the fort. Yeah, there you go. Oh, I went behind the place, did I? Alright. Shoo. Let's get out of here. Do 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 do. Ba 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 da. Ba da ba ba da ba ba da. How do I get into the SCP Foundation? Whoa. Ah! Jeez, it scares me every time. Ooh. Oh. There's a button I put right next to the signal track, just in front of it. Okay. Well, maybe they fixed the entrance, because it used to be track didn't work, but you could sort of, whoops, you could sort of sneak your way in. Maybe they changed that now. Hello. She thought I got her bed. Show the secret way in. Yay, there we go. Showing Padu how to get in here. These glowberries don't give you much hunger replacement, do they? Research and development sector. Let's see what's been done in here. There's my super deep, dark, spooky cave. Something peering back through the darkness. Do not tap on this. We mean it. This is where we summon people from other worlds. Apparently, if you have the right combination of input anchor, you can bring people in. This is how we got Cups in here. Found the combination for her dimension and put it in here, and she got summoned right through this portal. I wasn't in that stream, but I got to watch it on Padu's stream. It was pretty fun. Alright, let's get just a couple extra levels. Not too many. But I wish to repair this. This thing is not going to last very long, is it? Uh-oh. $120.
Mr. Dragon.
Well, hello, madam. How are you doing?
Hey, I was when I was looking around and you already came in here. I was like, whoa. Same idea, huh?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
I don't know if you've been hearing my intentions of tonight's stream.
No, I didn't know what you've been up to, or what you wanted to do, rather.
I am planning to go off and find a terracotta area with the Badlands.
Ooh, that's nice.
Yeah, so I may be gone for a while. But
Sure.
I've already gotten some obsidian so I can make a gate wherever I go.
Great idea. You're gonna take, whenever you pop through, make sure you take a good screenshot of your coordinates, and then
Absolutely.
we can try to hook it up to the Nether Railroad at some point, because I know I'd love to work with some of the terracotta.
Yeah.
I'm sure other folks would too.
My stream says hello.
Hi stream. Hello everybody.
Oh, that's a good point, Annex. I do need something to light my portal. I do have one back at my place. That's where I plan to start off, is over there.
Oh, the flint and steel? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely. I'm actually on a mission to do some enchanting.
Ooh.
I've got a bow I'm gonna enchant up, and I've tallied up how many emeralds it's gonna take me to do all these other enchantments to put on some of my tools. It's gonna be a lot, so I'll have to get some emeralds along the way as well. But then also see if I can just visit an enchanting table and see what that gets me too. Because I may just get better stuff through that anyways.
Gotcha.
Alright. Do you know how to find your way back out of here?
I should.
Okay.
I went along that way, but I was a little intimidated that I was just walking into the inner workings because it felt a little different.
I mean, you can walk over redstone dust without disturbing it, so if you're worried about it breaking the door, don't worry about it. The door hasn't worked for a while. Oh yeah. String. Let's leave some string here. Uh-oh. No, poor cups. Let's do some of this one and this one. I know I'm kind of looting things. Just enough to...
Can't keep them poisoned.
I know, right? Well, partly because once you have it, you can look it up in the crafting stuff. So just picking up a honeycomb block means now I can look up the recipe for how to make a honeycomb block.
I'm surprised this
Honey
axe
block,
has
too.
lasted as long as it has. Not axe.
The sword. Yeah. Speaking of axe, there's an axolotl in a bucket out here.
Is that what we're calling cups now?
She's not an axolotl. That is pretty clever. All for 2 gold nuggies.
Hey.
Oof.
I think Cups is in my stream, so she heard us.
Could be.
It could be.
Oh, look at this. Somebody built beekeeping area.
Just I'm in both streams. Oh. Oh, no.
Yeah, I know she's been in mine for a while. The bees. Hey, gotta use a wooden button. Hello, little bees.
Aren't the bees the most precious thing?
They're cute.
That and the oxalotls are just too precious.
Hey. There we go.
So
Uh-oh.
I got something. I feel bad because I got something cute today, and it's spider related. I got one of those like squishmallow things where it's like the invertible spider. Well, it normally they're octopuses, but I got the one that was a spider. It was supposed to be the Halloween themed one, but when I clicked on it, there was like another option for, I think it's like purple and black. And I didn't realize till I actually like finalized the order that it wasn't like the black and orange.
So
But it came today. They like before before I could like correct them on it, they'd already like sent it.
Hello there.
Because their service was faster than their customer service.
Oh my gracious.
Which I was just like, you know what? I still like the little spider boy. Cups is the cutest predator. You ever seen her go after chicken nuggies?
Oh my gracious.
It's adorable. Like,
Okay, let's see here. One of the barrels. Oh. Let's see. Well,
what did you realize,
not.
Anix?
oh, there's nothing here. Okay.
Kane, I'm at a spawner, so it's gonna be pretty infinite for now. What I'm doing is the EXP feeds into my my pickaxe, so slowly it's mending. You need to have a pickaxe where you're oh, for it to repair. I'm so silly. I'm glad you said something, Annex. I totally forgot about that part. But on the plus side, I got levels. Hey. I wish I thought about that 8 levels ago. Well, maybe we can go enchant something. Maybe if Dragon will let us, we'll follow him to wherever there's an enchanting table.
Gotta run. Oh, you can certainly follow. That's fine. I actually need to find it because I thought there was something here at the spawn camp.
Mm-hmm.
Some of the stuff is missing, so I think somebody else already picked up what was here. What I will probably do is head back over to Zephane's area. He said he's got an enchanting room.
Aha.
We should be able to use that.
It finally broke. Alright, let's use my axe.
Are you just trying to get levels?
I was trying to mend my pickaxe because I'm gonna need that the most.
Okay.
And I spent most of this time just hitting it with a shield in the hand
Mm-hmm.
instead of my pickaxe.
Oh, so it wasn't really mending the
Yeah.
pickaxe. Got
But hey, it's working now. But now I'm level 23, so I'm like, hey, I could go enchant something.
it. That's the spirit.
I'm okay with looking like a fool sometimes.
It's okay too. Oh. Come on, Nether, load for me. Ah, there we go. Let's see what these guys dropped. Anything that's going to be useful here? Not really.
Yeah, I was
Stone
really
buttons.
conflicted about like I like playing
Oh,
Minecraft,
there's
but I really want to
infinity.
play some Okami.
I see.
Okami
what
makes me laugh.
it is.
I appreciate that you got my back, Annex. So what other projects have you been working on, Dwayne?
Trying to pretty up my little nether station and the track to get to it. I did some geode harvesting earlier.
Ooh.
Yeah.
You've been telling me about that. Have you set up one of those machines that'll like auto get
Oh, harvest it for me? No. I have not. I don't know if I'm going to be able to set one up like that for this particular geode.
Yeah.
There's just a lot of different angles.
An excuse to draw more willies. Have you seen my day job?
Gosh.
Yeah, honestly, it is an excuse to draw more willies.
Okay. All right, let's go get torches.
Recreational willies.
Why am I running this? I literally have a minecart up there to ride. Oh my gracious. Now I'm gonna
You're
have
just
to.
stretching your little tiny dragon legs.
Apparently, what I'm doing. I'm gonna have to run it going the other way again too, because I don't have an extra cart here. Oh, just the one. Dang it. Oh well, that's funny.
Did you go to Zephane's?
Well, I went past it all the way back to my base.
Ah.
For the moment. I had a couple of supplies I wanted to grab.
Yeah, look how much my axe has gotten. Not my axe, my pickaxe has gotten. It's all back to the green.
Great job.
Oh, it's that time of the year to dub the Halloweenies. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, Halloween begins the gauntlet of holidays.
The gauntlet, yeah.
Yeah, it goes Halloween, then Thanksgiving, then your birthday, then my birthday, then Christmas.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Here for now.
And usually, normally, we would have
Oh,
2 conventions. I do have one. I don't know if I'll have a second one. But yeah, normally it's back to back, just busy work. And usually by the time I hit January, I'm just like, all right.
pretty tired and kind of it kind of worked out, you know. Yeah, you do very good to maintain and you know keep up with all that stuff.
Yeah.
It's not an easy task. Okay.
I feel like there's an influx of spiders.
If you're still by the spawner, then yes.
Okay, I'm gonna call that done. I did pop the, what do you call it?
I'm not sure. The sword. Oh, okay. Gotcha. So it's done for, huh?
Yeah.
Good to know.
Look, look how much better. Oh, look how good we did.
So, if
wait,
you'd
I
like...
gotta put some of those spider eggs or eyes back.
Just don't keep the spider eggs.
That nobody.
Surprise spiders later. Call them surpriders.
Ugh. Ugh.
You're like, no, nobody likes that one. Do do do. Do 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 do.
Okay.
All right.
Let's get out of here.
So, do yourself a favor. Go to the big portal that's right behind the spawn camp area.
The portal behind the... Oh, the big one. Okay.
Yep, a real big one. I'm going to come meet you at the little station that's just inside the nether there. We will go over to Sophane's place and we will find the enchanting room together.
Okay. Because I have at least a axe to enchant.
Gotcha.
Do I have anything? No, my armor's enchanted. Okay,
Do-do-do-do.
I'm at the portal.
Alright, hop on in. Come on in, the water's fine. Hi.
Hey!
Hello. Alright, so we're gonna go this way. This is also the way to get to my little
Hold on,
base,
I'm
too.
gonna put this over here just in case.
Bye. I'd already summoned the cart, so I couldn't wait.
Oh, you're fine. No, I was just putting the bed away.
Sure. I think you'll like the passageway here. It's a real pretty hallway.
Ooh. I do like this. Talk about food to go.
Yeah, pretty much. So this portal here is Zephane's. Mine is down that hallway over there.
Aww.
We hop through here. It may take a minute or so to load.
Okay.
I seem to get some serious lag most times when I come through.
Okay. Well informed.
Yeah. Oh, I have haste on me, do I? Guess I do.
Oh, okay, here we go. Oh.
There you go. Come on through.
Ooh, I love this kind of brick.
Yeah, I think it's nether brick. Yeah, this is nice. Alright, watch for creepers. There was one around the corner last time I came here.
Okay, I got my bow ready. Oh, hi, Burby.
Looks like it's okay. And here's the enchanting room.
Oh, that was easy.
He has some guys further downstairs I'm going to go visit that have books for sale. There's a bunch of lapis right here in the box. He said we can use that.
Okay, let me see what I got.
So if you just place your tool in there, what enchantment?
Efficiency 1, 2, and what is that? 4?
2 and 4.
So yeah, it's just efficiency. I was hoping for mending, but...
So mending, I believe Riley has offered books of mint.
Ooh.
So you could put something else on it here at this station, and then pick up one of his books that he's offered. I used that, the one that he offered for me. I put that on my pickaxe.
Okay, so I have level 23. So I can get the efficiency 2. Okay. So now I have an efficient axe.
Hey, great job. Let's see how much.
Hi, puppers. Hi.
So if I put a bow in there, I can do Unbreaking 1, Power 2, or Unbreaking 3.
Yeah, what do I have?
Different bow that's the same exact things here. If I put something already enchanted, of course I can't put any further enchantment on it. So, thinking I may go ahead and put Unbreaking 3 on there, and then Infinity, and then Mending, which I believe I can stack those.
What can I do with this? Nothing, because it's already got stuff on it. Okay. Well, I'm gonna scootaloo.
Mending and Infinity are mutually exclusive, meaning that they can't be on the same bow. You can only pick between Infinity arrows and infinite durability. Ooh, wow. Dang. That's a tough choice. So maybe Unbreaking would be good to put on there alongside Infinity.
Gotcha. Okay, well, I'm gonna head back
Okay.
to my place.
Absolutely.
I'm probably gonna hop off the call, but thank you for your help.
Hey, you're so very welcome. Thank you for joining me. Hope you have fun.
Okay, I hopefully I can find some terracotta.
Well, good. See you later.
All right, bye.
Bye. Only got Unbreaking. I was hoping I would also get something else alongside it, but that was really sweet. I'm glad that Pedunk got to join us. Can I not get rid of this? I guess that's just in there now. Whatever. Bum, 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 bum. Let's see, I believe I need this. Yeah, there we go. So here and Infinity. I'd have Unbreaking 3 and Infinity. So that way it'll at least last longer. Yeah, well that swallowed a couple of levels, didn't it? Wow. That's good to know. Excuse me, doggy, I don't want to shoot you. Durability, 383 of 384. 83 of 384, nice, okay. I need to pick up the arrows, I guess. Okay, so this other bow can be put away for the moment. So, I currently have how many diamonds here? I have, or emeralds, not diamonds. Not diamonds, emeralds. 64 and 32, so 6 and 3 is 9, 4 and 2 is 6, so I have 96. So I've got 96 out of the 153 that I'm going to need for all this stuff down here. So, yeah. Wait, there was another room. 2 rooms. You guys down here, can I trade more? Are you back to... Oh, yes. Okay, alright. Stock up and get more. Since the iron's not so hard to come by, I can do this. Oh, out of iron. Here. I got loads of iron. We're just gonna max all this out across here. There we go. 64 times 3. Should be 100 and 256, I think it is. Something like that. I forget what the numbers are. But now, let's Get this out of the way for the moment. I need other enchanting. That thing. Well, wait a minute. Well, this is just how to work on it. This isn't, nice. That's not where it's gathered. Okay. Perhaps that goes down. I don't know where it goes. Oh well, whatever. That's fine. Here we go. Right here. No. Okay, so who can remember which ones we were after? Multi-shot, no. Knockback, no. Multi-shot and projection, no. None of those. So not you. You stay there for now. I need some dirt blocks. Just to... Why is there a lever for a bed? Okay. Forgive me for rummaging, Zifane, but I need to find some dirt blocks. Just to make this a tiny bit easier for myself, I'll pick them up before I go. No, we're not using stone. No, not stone. Gracious. Hey, dirt blocks. Okay. There we go. I'm going to make a mess, and then I'm going to clean it up. And then I'll even put all this back. So, what I'm going to do is visually eliminate each one of these guys. There. So now, if I talk to you... Yeah, I don't need you. So you stay right there. Cool. Here. I can talk to your legs. Ha ha ha! Fortune 3, Infinity, Impaling 5, Smite 5. I believe I was going to leave Impaling alone. Smite, I think I will get. Oh, I got to bring him a book. I keep forgetting I need to do that, so I need a book. Here's a book. I'm not taking all 64 books. I will return. Wait, how did you get out? You're the multi-shot guy. Get back there. Oh, I see what you guys are doing now. There. I feel weird having to do this. Of course. Hi. Okay, so I want Smite. Ooh. Let's just put one book there, please. Thank you. Just one book. That's Smite. There we go. Cool. You stay there for now, buddy. I'll let you out in a minute. Okay. You want to turn? Riptide and protection. Protection, yeah, no. Okay. Not what I need. There we go. How about you? Channeling, Fortune 1, Sweeping Edge 2. No, I don't think I need you either. Okay, who else is in here? This one? Sharpness 3. Lure 2. Smite 1. Good quill. Sharpness 3, huh? That might be good to put on the sword. It's not what I'm after at the moment, so... About you? Loyalty 3, Sweeping Edge 2, Sharpness 5. That's the real one right there. Okay. Sharpness 5. I've got Smite 5. We'll put Sharpness 5 on there as well to really beef up that sword. I need Mending on there too so I can repair it. So I gotta find where I can get more of that. Okay. I think that's everybody. You were the last one out of here, weren't you? Yes, you were. Okay. So anybody I might want to return to? Don't need loyalty. Sweeping Edge is kind of nice, but Sweeping Edge 3 would be better than 2. I guess I could buy 2 of the Sweeping Edge 2 and put it on 3. Because there's a trick where you can attack enemies without using durability. And Sweeping Edge 3 means they can be up to 3 blocks away. That might actually be a nice idea here. Just to get 2 of those, put them together, and then put them on here as Sweeping Edge 3. I think I'm going to do that. Okay, there you go. I bought from you twice, buddy. How about that? Okay. Now to let everybody out. Because everyone's been good. Sharpness, Lure, Smite. No, we're good. Oh, no. Don't walk in front of me. I'm not going to punch you, buddy. Not want to hit anyone. What did you have? Channeling. Fortune and Sweeping Edge. Channeling? What was channeling? Let's see. Summons a lightning bolt. Oh, well, we're not doing channeling. Fortune 1, there's Sweeping Edge 2 for like 1 emerald cheaper. Alrighty, punk. Could have used you a minute ago. Would have saved 2 emeralds. Well, it's not a problem. Let's see here. Loyalty, Sweeping Edge, Sharpness 5. Riptide, Protection 3, Protection 1. Okay. As promised, we're going to clean up all the dirt in here. Option 3. It's very tempting to put on here, but I'd kind of rather put Silk Touch on it. Excuse me, bud. Multi-shot, knockback, multi-shot, projection. Okay, now I know where there's a couple of more guys. One of them does indeed have Silk Touch. And you really don't want to pull this block, buddy. There we go. All 64 dirt blocks. Now, let's return all but, say, 2 of these books. I'm going to need them on the other end. Got Mending on this. Need it on this one, too. Okay. Alrighty, well, if you're still here, Zapane, thank you so much for letting me borrow your library here. And the enchanting room up here. Actually, I need to go ahead and use the anvil while I'm here. Okay, so Sweeping Edge and Sweeping Edge gets me this one. It's going to cost 6 levels. This plus this on here is going to cost me 7 more levels. This plus Sharpness, 8 more levels. And this plus this, I don't have enough levels. But we're getting there. Alright. I grabbed the dirt block from upstairs, that's right. Or the dirt stack. Okay, let's see. Was it this one? There it is. Right where it goes. Thanks again. See you later. Okay. I need to head off to Riley's base. 1, put this sword into good use. 2, pick up another mending book from his librarians. And then also pick up a Silk Touch from there as well. And since they're being sold from the librarians, hopefully I have enough, then it's not going to deny anybody else the ability to get them as well. Step through the portal again. Looks like tonight is upgrades night. Wouldn't you say? I think so. I know their folks are working on other projects, and that's awesome. They're obviously having fun. I'm having fun too. As I mentioned, this is a chill stream. Nothing major going on. Just having fun. We got to enjoy Padu coming around for a little bit. Had fun hanging out with her. We're not going to step on that stuff this time. You, make sure I'm not holding my sword, just in case. There's mending, and it is 16 emeralds and a book. Looting 3 and Silk Touch. Here. Efficiency 5 and protection. Let's see. 37 for your efficiency 5, which would definitely be good against the efficiency 3 on the pickaxe. That's 37 emeralds. Yeah, let me guess. Yeah, that's about what I figured. Riley. Mending and... So here's the question. I guess this one really would be good to have Silk Touch on. Let's do that. Go. And mending. Ta-da! Okay. There we go. Now... Here. Hold on. Huh? Oh! Well. You, I will, not disturb you. Off we go. Okay, then. I think we've got what we need for now. Well, actually, no. Stand corrected. I need... We're here. Yes. So. There we go. A snow biome, but no blue ice yet. So. Let's see here. Oop. There they go. Let's see if I can stay far enough back to just use Sweeping Edge. The durability is 1522. 1522. I may still have to hit something else in front of these guys, so we'll see how that works. G22. There's several of them. 1520. Okay, so it's still going down. We'll definitely need... put mending on this sword for sure. And I think, yeah, you're supposed to swipe at something else. And when you hit something else, it hits things that are further away as well. So, like, if we had a minecart right here, I could stand here and go... and it would hit the minecart, then also get the guys in the background. This will be fine in the meantime. Just need to get a few levels here. These guys don't spawn all that fast, though. I'm getting XP at a pretty decent rate, though, I guess. Can't really complain about that. It also dawns on me, we don't have a banner sword. I just sort of have a sword that doesn't have my banner on it. 12 levels. I think that's enough to apply. I gotta apply a couple of books here, so I'm gonna need a few levels. I tell you, let's go to the SCP Foundation and use the one there. The sword that's there is already broken. I don't think that'll be a problem. I can still use this sword. Off we go. That goes. Oh yes, I nearly forgot. We need wool. Lots more wool. Wool warehouse. Hey. Alright, back to getting all the colors. That's great. I'd say I have some room for something in my inventory. Nope. Nope. Just gonna try to get the colors that we need. Some yellow. Lots of this. Cyan. Orange. Red. And light blue. There we go. Ta-da! That should be enough for what we need. Some glow squid ink. Okay. Off we go. Over here. There we are. So what is something you guys would like to see me work on or build? Maybe not necessarily tonight, but something you think would be fun to see. I've got a couple of little projects. Nothing really big to take on during a chill stream necessarily, just some things to work on. But curious, what you guys would like to see me make. Closed for business, huh? Here they come. A few of them in here. I believe that since I don't have Bane of Arthropods on here, it's taking, a couple of hits. Suppose I could get that and put it on the sword too. Just stack this sword with a lot of different enchantments. Then I don't have to swing twice to hit them. 1509. This is definitely a good way to get levels, that's for sure. I better grab some food to eat, huh? Yeah, these cave spiders don't drop anything useful for that, huh? Is there an anvil in here somewhere? I feel like there is, or at least should be. Aha! Anvils. Okay, so. You on here. Smite, Silk Touch, Mending. I don't have enough levels to put Smite on there. I do have enough to put Mending on there. Already got Mending. It's going to let me add Mending twice? Why? Silk Touch needs 5. Dang, how many levels do I need just to put Smite 5? Let's see. Smite 5. Ooh, the damage is going to go way up. Let's see here. Doesn't really say how many levels rather are going to be needed to put that on there. No, doesn't say. All right. Well. No. I don't need to rename it. Needless to say, I need a bunch more levels. Are there food stuff in here? I don't recall if there's anything in here that could be eaten. Oh, chicken. So, not exactly. Doo-doo-doo-doo. All right. Riveting content, I know. A couple of these guys build up here. Seventeen and a half levels here. I'm getting a kind of steady flow of these spiders. Once I get Smite 5 put on the sword, it'll do a lot more damage. And that will help tremendously. And it'll kill them in one swing instead of two. At least it should. You gonna come over here, buddy? It's just some lag. And then I could get levels back up again and put stuff like mending on here again. So that way it'll stay sharp, I guess. Is a good way to put it. Let's see here. Sharpness 5, sweeping edge 3, unbreaking 2. Right now, attack in main hand, 10 attack damage. I'm gonna try and get 20 levels here and just see if that's enough. There's 20. Okay. You guys out of the chamber here for now. Okay. Picked up a bunch of spider eyes and string, it seems. Okay, so right here. This. Smite. I still don't have enough? Wow. Or maybe I can't. Is it exclusive to against something else? Smite is an enchantment applied to sword or axe, increasing the damage dealt to undead mobs. Oh, it's incompatible with sharpness. That's why. So I'm not going to be able to put Smite on here. I see. Okay, well then that's fine. I don't need that on here. I'm not crying. You're crying. Teasing. Okay. just means I have a nice enchantment book I can set aside for somebody else. That's fine. Silk touch on here, so I can finally pick up my ender chest without worrying. And the smite book will just kind of be for nothing for now. String right across here, make people wonder, what's this for? Nice. Okay. I think we left anything in these. Nope. Okay, cool. You can eat the spider eyes. Wow. I don't think I want to, but what are we doing back here? Looks like it's part of a tunnel or something. Cave, rather. Uh-oh. Oh, it's a zombie spawner. I know where we are. Yeah, here we go. Well, that's good. That's good to know there's another way in and out. That's actually real handy. Okay. Just a little more hunger to run home. Do 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 do. Okay. I probably ought to make a couple more mine carts so that I can put them at both ends of this track. I wonder if I should replace this stuff with some of the glass to look out. It'll make it a little safer. Some carrots here. Restore some health. You actually get a pretty fair bit out of the carrots. That's... For some reason I didn't think I realized... No, I didn't realize how much you'd get from it. Cactus. We need ourselves a cactus farm. So let's make one. Still have a bunch of iron, so that'll work. Need to make chest hoppers. Okay. Let's go ahead and start in on another tree. Okay. Some of these trees, this dark oak grows nice and big. Okay. That'll be plenty to make a couple of chests. Or a few chests. I need to make several of them, actually. So we're going to make ourselves a quick farm for getting cactus, which means I need sand. Which means I may have to go get some. I have no sand. That's okay. It's not like it's going to be that far from here. Okay, let's put this axe back in here for now. A couple of leads here. Let's see. Bunch of string and slime balls, huh? How about that? Get 2 of them for it. How about that? Want that. String away. Slime ball. A couple of sheep out here that I want to try to bring over. It's a gray one or a brown one. Let's just go ahead and do that. In case you can't tell, I'm just kind of... Hey, an idea comes to mind, let's just do it. Rather than delaying or trying to make a big pin board of ideas, I'm just like, you know what? Let's just do it. Oh, come here, buddy. There we go. There we go. Yeah, you can stay right here. Good boy. The other lead? To go get the other one that was out here. Because I think to duplicate my banner, I need to make a banner that's brown for the base. That sheep was gray. And I was pretty sure there was another one out here. There's a white one. I'll get that one and dye it brown if I can't find the brown one that was out. The white one, there's another white one, another white one. There's the brown one right there. Come on, buddy. Let's go this way. Yeah. Come with me. Some sticks for that. Yeah, just sticks. Alright. I guess it's non-renewable, but it's a quick way to get sticks. Okay. Now. Make it hurt by dropping it too far, though. Okay. There we go. Now I got 2 sheep out here just, you know, hanging out. So this is the banner here. That's the old one. Here's the new one right here. Yellow base. Oh, of course it'd be yellow. All right. No, it's not a problem. It just means I misremembered, and this brown sheep isn't going to do me a whole lot of good unless I want to recreate the old one. Which is brown base. Yeah, there it is. I like them both, but this new one obviously is to match the current color scheme of my avatar down in the lower right corner of my screen. Yeah. Got the swim trunks and the color of my scales and the accent color of the shirt and the color of my hair. Yeah. Someone's sleeping through the night. Make it day. Poof, just like that. So what I may do is dye you yellow instead of brown. Well, maybe I'll just go get the white one and dye it yellow. Now, I have enough wool right now that shouldn't really be a problem. At least, not really. Not really. But, you know... I need to do some more separating and sorting in here, don't I? I'd say so. Okay. Oh, yeah, do I have Silk Touch on here now? I do. Time to test it out. Ah! Yes! Oh, that's so good. Alright. Hey, look at these guys are growing. Nice. Ooh. That is real fast now, too. I guess that efficiency 2 is fast enough. Sorta. I mean, you know. Is it really, though? Ooh, that hurts. At least you can walk between them. It's not too big a deal, I guess. Sort of. Okay, so let's put some of these guys back here then. Like that. Drip down and they'll grow more spikes. Okay. One more back here, so let's put him... There. Yeah, try not to jump on the spikes. It's not a great idea. I'm gonna need a new iron pickaxe soon so that I can take on the Geode downstairs without breaking it. Oh, this bone is gonna look amazing. Okay, let's take this other bow and put it in here. Sticks, I definitely don't need. Up here, another bow. Actually, I think one of these I just don't even need. You can cook with it. Actually, yeah, I learned that this is a trick for early Minecraft players. Like when you're just starting out in a new world, once you built your wooden weapons and tools and you finally start building the stone ones, cook all of your wooden tools. So like the wood shovel, that'll burn. That'll absolutely burn. I don't know if we can get any of this gold down out of here though. That may be a trick. Let's see. Oh, there it goes. Since it's going to have some flame left, let's go ahead and cook the next one down. Oh, not enough. I got a nugget out of it, so that's at least a little gold. More than nothing, isn't it? Grab this. Let's see if there's enough to cook that and this one. Probably not. But, you know, saving some space in the inventory. This guy here is a problem. It's a Fortune 3 pickaxe, but it's gold. And the gold just doesn't get through anything. It, try to use it to mine something like coal, and it just pops the coal without giving you anything. So, that's sort of a cursed weapon right there. Somebody wants it, they can take it. Somewhere else. Okay. I don't think it'll burn the wood from the iron tools down here. Not a biggie. This for the spider eyes. Go ahead and make another iron pick. Go. That ready to go. Okay. Now. Let's go ahead and bring these guys in just a little bit. So, not by a lot, just a little bit. Oh yeah, thank you, Riley. These things are they're pretty nifty. I'm liking them. Free there. I was like, what is that? Right now, they're filler. But that's okay. There we go. Cool. Just something to change up the entrance a little bit here. Not by much. Yeah, cool. We'll work on symmetry a little bit later. Again, the entryway is not going to stay that way. Bone here. Iron blocks. Wait, what? There we go. Just that way I can store the iron a little bit easier here. Okay, so let's see. Got the Unbreaking and Infinity on the bow. Got the Silk Touch added to the pickaxe, though I think I may want to update the Unbreaking on it. Get Unbreaking 3 from somewhere, so I need to do that. Breaking 2. Or was that from throwing it in the... Oh, that was from throwing it in the enchanting table. Yeah. Okay. Breaking 2, Unbreaking 1. It might not be a bad idea to go ahead and go back to those other librarians and pick up those other books. To get more emeralds. I know I just put all my iron back into little blocks again, but maybe worth doing that one more time. I can get more emeralds, I can get books. But I can get Unbreaking 3. It'll last a lot longer. Another pick with unbreaking on it, I can combine them. Oh, well, interesting. Well, it's not like I've been finding them, and I have so few. Well, I have so few diamonds. I'm not sure I'd be able to combine them properly. But these guys in the basement down here, they may sell a diamond pickaxe with unbreaking. Probably unbreaking 1. Means villagers sell them. Yeah, these guys down here. Certain ones do. 2 unbreaking 1 picks equal 1 unbreaking pick 2. These guys have picks? Wait a minute. There we go. Efficiency 1. There it is. Efficiency 2 and unbreaking 1. That's what I got here. So I guess maybe if I combine that, would it turn this into unbreaking 2 and efficiency 3? It sort of looks like it should. Let's see if we can lower his price a little bit. Didn't lower it at all. Okay, well, I got it here, so let's do that. So that'll increase the unbreaking and the efficiency. Do it a third time. I don't think I can do it a third time. I'd have to combine 2 other pickaxes, right? They would become what this is about to become. And then I could combine it with this. So I think I could do that. Because right now, the emeralds almost don't matter. I've got a lot of iron. To combine other pickaxes first, and combine the permanent pickaxe last. Yeah. So combine so get a second one, and combine it with this other one here, and then put those in it. I guess, would that override it? Do the same thing with books. Huh, okay. Yeah, I knew that much. Okay, so these two will go together. And that'll get me efficiency 3, unbreaking 2. Which I could put in here. Which I guess would override this. Let's get some more emeralds. Oh yeah, I gotta liberate more of these iron ingots. There we go. Ah! Can't get the experience that just went down there. Yeah, it would bump up to the highest level of efficiency and unbreaking. Yeah, cool. Alright, that should be enough. I think it was this guy, was it? The second to last? Yeah. Okay, let's get this iron out of the way here. Now, let's see. Combining these guys... I don't suppose it'll work here, will it? Not at all. I need to use the anvil. Alright, let's see if 17 levels is enough to combine them. One more up. No, one more up. Hello, doggy. Okay, so this one and this one, it's efficiency 3, unbreaking 2. Cool. If I take this one and drop this one, it does not go up. Efficiency 2. Oh, okay, efficiency. It does absolutely go up. Not to the top level. So then what I need to do is make another one that's like this. So I need 2 more of these guys. Well, the ones that turned into that. Okay. I'm not sure I have enough levels to do this right now. But it's like making compressed cobblestone with pickaxes. Yeah, that's about right. Making compressed pick. Oh, look at that. 19 now, so it is a little cheaper. Okay, so this guy here. That one. No, so these two can go together. Which I should have enough levels to do that part. I'll have to go back, fight some more spiders to get enough experience to combine things beyond that point. So that one and this one go here. 2 and 2 become this. So let's see what this final result will be if I put these two together. Efficiency 4 and breaking 3. That's what I want. I need 12 levels to do that. And then I'll probably need another 12 to 13 to combine that one into this. So I need to get about 24 levels here. Okay. Well, I got my task. Thank you for the nuggets of wisdom there, Riley. I definitely appreciate that. Found blue icebergs. Ooh. Way to go, Zapane. Let's see, it's this one here. Oh, I did find another way into our SCP facility, by the way. I don't know if it's really a shortcut or not, but it's another way in. This one here. There we go. And then get like 50 levels and go to the enchanted. What? The other way to go about it is to get a bunch of picks from Zafade's trades and then disenchant them all in the grindstone. Why would I disenchant them first, though? Oh, just because then I can get them just about for free with the iron into emeralds, right? Okay, I get it. And then just see what comes out. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I put this bow I have on there earlier, and I got Unbreaking 3 and just added Infinity to it. So that should be helpful. I can't put Infinity and Mending, though. So that kind of sucks. But I think just putting additional bows back combined in it should help repair it. So Iron, Emerald, Diamond equipment is pretty powerful. It really is. Funny enough, talking about getting one set of equipment for other things. Last night, Pato and I were watching. You get tons of string. My Fletchers also trade string for emeralds. Oh, I didn't know that. What I did notice, by the way, Riley, is that up in your tower, you have a trap for anyone trying to use your librarians up there. I don't think I didn't notice the magma blocks under the carpet. Sneaky, sneaky. But let's see. It's a pain to put those there. Now wait a minute. Wait. You have guys that trade as well? Do you have more than just the 2 that are up top? Do you have other traders somewhere else? I didn't see any. Like, I didn't go snooping too much, but I looked around a little bit. And I didn't notice any other traders anywhere. Maybe I need to go under the bamboo farm. Well, I don't know where your bamboo farm went. I'm going to have to go back and watch your videos again, I guess. Oh, I remember now. Yes, I do recall now. Because you were trying to get the traders in there real carefully with the railroad lines to keep them from running over the railroad lines. I do remember that. And yeah, there's lots of string for sure here. May as well take some here. Yeah. So Pat and I were watching a couple of Minecraft videos last night. They weren't live; they were like recorded ones. But one was a fellow who's doing a kind of a hardcore survival in supposedly the Canadian outback, Canadian wilderness outback, whatever it's called. And apparently, he neglected to pull a particular mod pack out that was intended for a different string or different string of videos. So this one, it was 100 days survival with, oops, I left a mod pack SCP facility in the game. And so he's out there and all these crazy critters are spawning and killing him in weird, strange ways. Lots of ghosties and things like that. It was very interesting. I'll have to see if we can find it. It was on Padu's YouTube history, so I think we can pull it back up. But then after all that, we watched the 100 Days, and it's kind of amazing how little progress he was able to make with that, because he was also dealing with the elements and had to make like thermal liners for his armor. Otherwise, he'd start getting hypothermia and stuff like that. So it was crazy. But at any rate, he finished his stream thing, and we watched another guy that did a randomizer. A Minecraft randomizer. Hey, Kylie. And anytime an item is supposed to drop, like these guys are currently dropping randomly string and spider eyes, it would be a randomized item they would drop. Now they'd always drop the same thing or same things, but like when you break. So if I were to break this stone right here with a normal pickaxe, it would turn to cobblestone. Well, in his pack, instead, this might turn to a block of wool. Or it might turn to a spider eye, or something like that. And then anytime you'd break them that way, they would all be that. You know, so it'd be consistent. But like, some of the things were interesting. Like he discovered that breaking sand gets whole blocks of emerald. The trout in the river would actually drop beacons. Punching wood, like spruce wood, would not get you wood logs. It would actually get, what was it? It was green wool. Hey there, have a good day. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for joining. This is a real chill stream. I'm slaying some spiders right now to get some levels to put some enchantments on. But yeah, so the randomizer thing was an interesting way to take on the world. You kind of had to get used to what drops what. And in certain circumstances, you'd have an infinite loop where something would drop a loot table. Like a thing would drop bastion loot, chest loot tables. And so some of the items they would drop the things that caused those to drop in the first place. So you could just go round and round and get infinite of those items without really even trying. I think fence posts were one of the things that dropped just like a lot of stuff. But anyway, it was interesting. interesting to see what it was, because everything was a surprise. And I think that's what they call RL Minecraft, is the random loot. Because when I mentioned it to Sanasa last night, she's like, oh, I've tried the RL Minecraft before, and once you get used to it, it's like the normal game. You just kind of have to remember which things drop what. It's like, yeah, I can kind of see that. Oh, wow. Yeah, see, that's an interesting way to do a hardcore, is to have, you know, can't wear armor, don't get healed all the way, you have limited time to achieve certain things. That's kind of neat. Because then it's a little more of a game where it's like, oh, I've got a goal I must achieve. Can't grab that string right there. Need it, but I can't grab it either. So. Hey, buddy, you want to turn around? No? Okay. You know, it dawned on me, I forgot that I put mending on this sword, so that is where some of my levels are going, but it's keeping my sword from ever breaking, so it's not like I can be too mad about that. Let's see. Last one is getting a ghast to the overworld to kill a dolphin. What a task. And they start in the nether with nothing. Okay, now wait a minute. How do you expect to get out of the nether? Because you can't get flint and steel in the nether, right? Or is there a random loot thing that drops flint and steel so that you could light a nether portal? Can. There's gravel in the nether, and you can trade piglins for iron nuggets. Oh, iron nuggets. Fire charge. Oh, fair enough. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, let's leave them for a minute. Combine these other two pickaxes out here. Okay, so these two have to combine together first to get me the 4 and the 3. Then if I put it on here, which I need 18 levels, glad I tried this first, I'd get efficiency 4 and unbreaking 3. Okay, so I need to get to 18, so 9 to 18. That's not too bad. Seems to go a little faster when I'm at lower levels anyway, so that's not bad. Hey, spiders! Oh, a bunch of y'all now. Okay. Huzzah! Level already. A guardian farm. Getting levels will be even faster. Yeah. I've thought about taking on the task of building the Ender to get Enderman, so we can get lots of eyes of Ender pearls. It's not that hard. I just have to be willing to go out there with like nothing on me, so that if I fall into the void, it's not a big deal. But I've been considering putting one of those together for us, and it should help get lots and lots of experience and eyes of Ender, of course. Yeah, because I thought about, like, I've got cave spider spawners in my basement, but we've sort of got a pretty good system right here for it. It's more centrally located where people are more likely to use this. I I might still build up one of my own just to make it convenient for me over at my base, but this one seems more convenient for everybody. There is a zombie spawner just over that way, which isn't bad. It might do well, at least for different kinds of drops. And then out at your base, Riley, you've got that skeleton spawner, which does okay, but I tried standing there and really just takes a while for the skeletons to spawn. I've noticed they're not very fast, but that's fine. But you get lots of bone. You get the bows, which is where I grabbed this one from because it was just an undamaged bow just sitting in there. So that was easy. But I also get crammed up in the bone chute. Yeah, fair enough. 15. Need 3 more levels to enchant the pickaxe here. Let's see here. Oh, now here's a thought. I didn't think of this one. Feel a little bit like a dummy. When you disenchant an item, like running this through the grindstone, do you get levels? Oh. But not many. Okay. So I could have gotten a little bit out of that. Oh well. No worries. Oh yeah. That's part of why I figured the ender would be helpful. I just need to build out pretty far and then up, basically. Let's see here. Two stacks of leaves or grass. What? Oh, the Fletcher's all set. You can actually get the XP. Oh, nice. Okay. Yeah. So the villager or the villagers under Zephane's, I wasn't getting much of the XP when I trade with them. I noticed they would kind of drift and then get stuck behind the work blocks, which kind of made me think. A way to do that might be to put their work block behind them instead of in front of them. And then between you and them, there'd be a half slab, say about at this level. That way they can't go under it or over it. But anything, when you're dealing with them, the XP would go down to the floor and come right underneath. I figure that would be a good way to let the XP flow. Well, I got 18 levels. I don't really need any more on this one right now, so let's see what happens. Yeah, I was watching Doc M do a video the other day, and he was working on an AFK, kind of a slaying chamber like that, where you just have an auto clicker that would swing your sword every few seconds, and it would use the sweeping edge, which I put sweeping edge on here, and he would attack a minecart, which would take no durability off the sword, but the sweeping edge would cause it to activate because he swiped the minecart. And the sweeping edge would damage the mobs, and again, not take any durability off the sword. Which I thought was really clever, but he had to stand back far enough, so like they'd be where this barrel is, and he'd have to be over here swiping at this minecart that's like right in front of him. And he had to arrange things so that the experience would flow over top right to the player. Otherwise, it'd get stuck in a little hole he had off to the side. It was an interesting conundrum, but it kind of got me thinking about how experience flows, because it's literally little balls that kind of flow around the world here. There we go. Efficiency 4, Mending, Silk Touch, and Unbreaking 3. Boom. There it is. Oh, and it broke the... Okay, it broke the anvil, too. Nice. So I still... Oh... I got a Smite 5 book, but I can't use it because it doesn't work with sharpness. Yeah, the anvil is good. And there's a second anvil at least, so that's helpful. Need that. Let's see. There's the spider eyes. I'll just put that right there. not this one. No? Where was it? It was over here. There it is. Yeah, here we go. I could get out either way, but this is fine. Less twists and turns this way, funny enough. Let him go around in there. That's so silly. Yeah, I gotta have the working door so it looks nicer. Uh-oh. Alright. So let's try something. I've got a whole bunch of string. Let's go see the Fletchers, because I'm curious what they're gonna give. Gotta grab food or something too. By the way, Riley, I mentioned this earlier, but I'm not sure you could hear me at the time. Your nether portal is not very secure. I got attacked twice earlier on this stream. Once, as soon as I popped out into the overworld, and then once again when I came back through, there was a zombie in here with heavy, full gold armor. So he took a while to die. Yeah, the first one was like right here on fire and was trying to set me on fire. Come here, dolphin. To borrow you for a second here. Whee! There we go. Shoot. There we are. Hey, some of your building blocks. Nice. Wait, what? There's lots of carts and other stuff, but no bamboo yet. Wait. Why do I hear a zombie? Oh, that's why. Okay. He's in here scaring these guys. Oh. Okay, guys. Oh, no. A Vindicator. Look at these guys doing. Alright, let's see here. String for emerald. Oh, we'll see. Look at that. Yeah, I'm going to put an F in chat for him as well. There we go. Okay, so 14 string for an emerald. 14 string for an emerald. That seems to be the running joke here. So. Can I not? Oh. Okay. That like this. Okay, huh. Breaking 2, breaking 3. Breaking 2, yeah. I think that's going to be the arrow of leaping. Power 2 on breaking 1. There's a lot of these guys in here. Okay, well, So that gets me some emeralds and a little bit of level there. Yeah, show me your emeralds, boys. I'm not sure what they keep looking down for. They keep going thunk, 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 and looking down all at once. I guess they're working on something. Yeah. It's a nice setup down here. Looks pretty good. So far, I guess. I assume you're planning to change the dirt blocks into something else. Oh, wow. Splash potions of weakness. Yeah, you got a lot of them. Jeez Louise. I'll grab one for right now. I'm not sure I really have a need for them at the moment, but that'll come in handy later. Pretty cool place. Been having a lot of fun with this. I'm hoping to build something big and fancy myself when I get a little more time. Alright. Go. Exploring time here. All this prismarine. Wow. Big old lava ocean down there. Actually, I really don't have the food for this right now. Surprise, it goes to a blaze farm. Oh my gosh. That's funny. Of all things for it to lead to. Yeah, there we go. I'm too low of hunger to go running down this hallway. Oh, yeah, that's what that is. Doot. Okay. Yep, this is why I need to put carpet in here. Let's just make a bunch of carpet right here. And we can do a little bit of the color coding before. There we go. So let's put a few down here. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 41. Make that roughly 40. Five. 6, 7, 8. 2, 3, 6. Dude. You know what? No, I gotta wait until I've at least made it safe in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 divided by 5 will work exactly. 5 different colors. 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. 2, 3, 6, 7, 8. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There we go. We'll have 1 extra red. That'll work. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There we go. Color countdown again. Now, to get rid of the piglet. 3 hits. Alright, that's not too bad. Buddies are all locked outside, so they can't see what I'm doing. Okay. This area is a lot darker than it should be. Opinion? I'll have to come back with something other than torches, though, to light it up. Yeah, but I think this works kind of nicely. So the color countdown in each direction. Alright. Dawns on me, I can actually use colored blocks underneath the rail line too. It'd probably be best to use concrete rather than wool, just so it's not so flimsy. Could work. Alright, let's see here. Let's see here. Boop. All right. And a friend asking me for the link to my stream. I'm on here as Swift Arcade for anybody who's curious. To share. I know you're obviously seeing it right now, so it makes that part easy if you're already in here. All right, get rid of this zombie flesh. I do not need zombie flesh for anything. Yeah, buddy, I'm wearing gold, so run away. Let that despawn later. Oh, Riley. Auto parts. Ha. No, I discovered earlier this stuff over here. This delightful red material that these trees are made out of. Right over here. This stuff right here blocks and stops gassed fire charges and explosions. There it goes. Whatever. This one right here. The nether wart block. So if a ghast is over there and fires at me and it hits this instead of me, it doesn't even explode. It just goes poof and it's done. I was hiding in this particular tree, whatever it is, earlier, and a ghast fired and missed me. He fired and he missed. And it didn't explode. Hey there, Sanasa. Glad you could make it. Thank you for joining. I'm down here in the nether. I was just explaining this nether wart block. Grows as these trees. Seems to block and stop the ghast explosions. Yes, I'm in the nether again for the moment. I go topside in a minute, but I've got my nether railway a little more fixed up now. I may need to make some more mine carts though. Let's see. Yep, need to make some mine carts. Actually, I think I can do that right here, can't I? Yeah, there we go. This is a hot stream. You know what? You're right. But I've got my little color countdown areas here. I'm finally linked up. Yeah. Finally linked up with the rest of the nether railway here. I got the little dispenser so I can hop on here, get in a mine cart, and then it just takes off. Yeah, a lot of mining, but also some of the iron farm shenanigans too. That helps bring in iron as well. Boop, there we go. Oh, I love the vines too. You can actually pick glowberries off of them as well, which I don't have any right here, but that's okay. I've been putting them around the entrance to my little base out here as well. This right here, these vines are the glowberry vines. Grow these. And when they grow the glowberries, you can plant them on the ceiling somewhere and they'll grow down. Ring the bell now and I'm back up here again. There we go. Today's been kind of chill, actually, for Minecraft. Some of these dripstones have grown, so I've popped them and moved them over so they'll grow even more. I've actually been doing a bunch of enchanting. For the sword, a bunch of enchantments added on that. For the pickaxe, and for the bow. So that way I can take care of a few things. I can't put smite on here, as I learned, unfortunately, because smite and in sharpness won't work. Boo. But that's okay. Let's go ahead and put some of these away. I need to make a couple more torches and go down and get some more of the who's-what's-its. The Geode pieces. That's what I need to do. So let's put the iron into blocks again. Come on. I kind of miss the auto crafters that we used to have on some of the old servers. You just say, I want an iron block, and it would just make iron blocks. Some of the mods were pretty fun, I'd say. There we go. Iron block. Let's put away some of the wool. So it doesn't all fit in there, and that's okay. I'm gonna just have to make a mess somewhere else. Let's see, plants. Take the gunpowder out, put the cactus in here. Book weakness potion in there, and gold and gunpowder here, and the wood in here. There we go. Let's see, that was a mod. I remember making Concrete Maker at one point, but it wasn't a mod. So, Concrete Maker... I know you can basically have just water running and place concrete and then break it right away. That's a pretty efficient way to do it. Or have something that just lays out a bunch of concrete and then it just like pour water down the side of it. That's another good way to do it. Let's see. Need my little shulker box here. There we go. Okay, going down. You'll have to jog my memory just a little bit. I don't remember how your concrete maker worked. There we go. Tongue-tied. Built into the mine. So I made the giant bee. Thinking. I remember the giant bee. I definitely remember that one, for sure. Let's put some torches so we don't get another creeper like before, because that was not a good thing. Yeah, Undertale music. I've got Game Chops playing music right now in the background here. It's free. It is. There's no copyright risk on it, and stream friendly. Okay, now I can start getting some more of these shards here. I'm using the iron pickaxe down here because my diamond pickaxe has such high efficiency, I'll start breaking these source blocks instead. By mistake, of course, but, you know, it'd be way too easy. It's hard to explain, but you could put dry concrete in a box and then just stand in one place and hold down your mouse button and make piles of concrete, which would then fall into water streams and go into another box. Oh yeah, I do remember that, where it would auto-feed what was in your offhand, I think, right? Something like that, and you just basically hold down a button or hold a button and leave MineCraft, tab away, and it would just keep pressing it or something. There goes that iron pick, that's fine. I think I broke a small gem shard instead of a big one. Let that grow on a couple of sides there. Yeah, that was the auto fisher. Nice. Auto fisher. I remember something about that. And unfortunately, I gotta say, fishing has changed kind of for the worse. Well, depending on what experience you're looking for, I guess, in Minecraft. No longer can you fish in a tiny, tiny little 1x1 pond of water and expect to get all kinds of great stuff out of it. As I understand, it has to have a certain size, like a certain minimum size for the water, and it has to have like the sky overhead. Something like that. It's gotten crazy now. You can still sort of do the auto fishing stuff, but it's like you're definitely going to be in an area that's like out in the open and not like inside. Oops. Oh, there I go. Let's see. One. think some of these are growing while I'm down here. Which is kind of cool. I just don't see them grow. Do it when I'm not looking. Sneaky, sneaky little crystal shards. Let's see, those got over there. This one you could load a box with hundreds of concrete. Once you hit a button, it would use a dropper to spot which was next to water source. If the block broke, it would fall into a water stream. You funneled one in the box. Oh, nice. I think I got to see it in action, but I don't think I used it myself. I know you got real good at using it, or setting it up and using it. Making neat stuff with the concrete. Made that huge storage facility. And, let's see, of course the bee. That was really cute. Thousands of concrete buildings. Well, yeah, I mean, certainly beats having to do it the slow way, that's for sure. Bernard has joined the server. Let's say hi. Alex was on here earlier. We did say hi to Alex earlier. Bernard's a fun fella. He's got an interesting laugh. Definitely a laugh that's kind of infectious. Makes other people laugh. So one of the things, I'll go ahead and mention this, and also that I was looking at building on this server is an Ender. An Enderman farm of sorts. They're kind of tricky to build. Build them in the end, way out over the void, so that way the only place they can spawn is on a certain platform where you're going to, you've seen them, they probably have. Basically, you set up a platform where they can spawn, and you have a hole over an area that drops way far down, and then you summon an endermite into a minecart, I think it is. And an entity in a minecart won't despawn. And and they come after it, because the Endermen apparently hate the mites. Whatever crazy reason, I don't know. Maybe they want to eat it, maybe they hate it, I'm not sure. But they come after it, and just before they get to it, they fall down the hole. And you have it far enough to where they either take enough damage, just immediately die, and you just collect the items later, or you have them fall far enough so that you take one swing and then kill them. And when you swing and kill them, you get a lot of experience for doing so. XP. Yeah, the Endermite is something. Apparently, it's been there for a while. It's a mob that is a bit like the silverfish. In how it looks and kind of how it operates, except that to get an endermite, it's a random chance for it to drop when you use an ender pearl. So you use an ender pearl, you take a little bit of damage, and each time an endermite might show up. That's apparently how it works. Okay, I think that's enough of these for right now. Tons more already in here, so in fact, let's pull all this out. This is my gradient that I created for the SCP facility. Ooh, actually, I should show that off too. So in a previous stream, we built an SCP secure protect. What is it? Secure, contain, protect. There we go, SCP. And made some fun rooms in there. It's not mods, so we don't have any live monsters are going to come out and get us. But we're building it up like there's containment for some that are harmless and some that are pretty harmful, you know, that kind of thing. Minecraft's all about using the imagination anyway, right? I tell you what, I'll go over to that. Go. Let's put another torch just in case. Go. It's a neat facility, and I kind of like it. It was a collaboration that we did. A few people come together, and I'm looking forward to doing more things kind of like that. I'll have to go through the nether one more time to get there. It's way too far off otherwise. Oh, so you might notice all these open doors. They're closed. The game considers them closed. If you stand right here and place the door that way, it will place it in the open position, but the game will think that it's closed. So enemy mobs will get stuck right here thinking the door is closed. It's an interesting little trick I was taught. Let's put this up on the wall for right now. Let's get a potato to eat. Somebody's sleeping through the night. I know, right? Think about my privacy. Well, won't be too bad before long when I start building up the large dragon maw out here. It'll be a very different entryway. So let's see. I'm going to place my gradient blocks. Let's do this real quick. Just so that I've got them here. I think I should place them maybe in the hallway or something. So that way I can see them. No. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, I got 9 blocks. So I need something 9 long. Yeah, this could work right here. One more. 9. Okay. There's a lot of prep just to set this up, but I want to make sure I can see this anytime I need to look at my gradient blocks. There we go. Get progressively darker. I had to do this for a project in the SCP facility. And, it was a fun little project to work on. Show it to you. Everybody who's on my stream can watch. There we go. All right, let's go take a look. Here we go. Also, if you like the vines, we actually got a lot of them in the path, or the hallway up ahead here. Boom, 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 bottom. There we go. Like, I can pick off them while I'm in transit. Oh, little lag there. I just can't pick them up until I come back through. Oh, jeez. There we go. I don't know why there was some lag there. Okay, there we go. Let's head topside. Okay. So, we have ourselves a little hidden facility over here. I'm probably going to build up a nice entry to this now that I think about it. Make it look a little more industrial, modern, perhaps. It's got this crazy face thing you're supposed to go through to get in, but we're working on that. So in the meantime, there's a secret entrance right through the machine. Welcome to the facility. We have our undulating coal block here. It grows and shrinks at random. Let's take this out of my hand here. Sometimes it grows, sometimes it shrinks. I don't know what kind of timer it's on. Oh well. We got some axolotls and some fishies. These guys are cute. We've got ourselves a real crazy room over here where I think right now they're working on K357, which is a chicken. This chicken actually has quite a story. It was keeping several dozen zombies alive by giving them eggs, because an entity holding, like a zombie holding an item, will not despawn. And there was one chicken laying lots and lots and lots of eggs. So of course it's in here because, you know, the belief is that it summons zombies. The undead. Yeah, the axolotls are brand new. Excuse me, for this version. They're cute. They come in different colors, as you can kind of see. They sort of look like Neapolitan ice cream. The white, the brown, the pink. We've also got this delightful room, which has a void. It says, warning, Megiddo class threat. Folded space containment ahead. Here we go. Yeah, we got ourselves a void room. To hold the dragon egg. Yep, we can't let this thing escape. So it's in here under high containment so that it can't even get out. So the dragon egg, you basically have to defeat the Ender Dragon. Her name is Jean. I learned that recently. That is not me making it up. Once she dies, the fountain in the end becomes active, and this egg is placed on top. If you try to touch it, like if I were to try to pick it up right now, it would just teleport somewhere at random. But what you can do is just push it. Push it with a piston, it'll pop up, and you can place it wherever you want. Yeah, the void rooms are pretty cool. Alex and Zavane spent a lot of time working on this thing. They made a huge map area to create maps, and this whole thing is item frames lined with maps. That's why if we step through the door, you can see the back of the item frames. They also lit them up, so they're glowing with the glow squid ink, so that makes it even brighter. So that's a fun little room. Research and development. We're going to have a little security area up top. Used to be able to move the Ender Dragon egg. Yeah, you can't just straight up pick it up this time. You have to basically pop it until it's a little item, so that it's sitting kind of like this, and then you can pick it up. So here is a room that I made. Do not tap on glass. This was fun. Oh, not be able to move it. Oh, wow. Yeah, you can move it now. I don't know what version they implemented the ability to move it. So this was a fun room. The room just gets super dark very quickly. If you look really closely, there's something looking right back at you in the very back of the room back there. I know it's hard to see through the stream. He's back there, watching. And this is what I needed the gradient for, was to create a room that just gets exceedingly dark, like real quick, without being too terribly deep for distance. It's like my enchanting table, if you remember, in the basement. Yeah, oh yeah, I do remember that. The only thing I had to do in here to keep it from being spawn-proof, I had to completely fill it with this glass. So, like, yeah, this room is now solid tinted glass all the way back. Because no trick was working that would keep mobs from spawning without, like, showing what it was. So this room isn't even a room. It's just solid glass from front to back. But it maintains the illusion, because when you look through one pane of glass, you don't see any of the other ones behind it. So this was a fun trick to work on. So we'll put a... So it doesn't use a lighting trick, just different colors. Yeah, exactly. Just like I made that gradient in my hallway before coming over here, that's what this is. It's exactly what this is right here. It's just progressively darker shaded block types to make it look like the light is just dropping off. So it was a fun effect to come up with. Playing on the idea of that and using the black concrete in the back, we made a portal room. This was fun. Some of the guys built the wiring for the lighting system so that it would go around a bit like a Stargate. We have ourselves a little bridge out over the nothingness here. And this is actually where we were bringing in some of the newbies on the server. You can put their little banner in here and call them forth from the other dimension, which is in this little room in here. Yeah, so when they'd start, they'd come through, and whoosh, looks like they're entering a facility that's just floating in the void. Like there's just nothing here. It's a neat effect to just build an entire room completely out of the black concrete, especially if you use some striking sources around it. Sources of light. Got ourselves... no, not in this case. In here, this is actually just black concrete. To make it spawn-proof, we had to put a light down here under a carpet. But and you can't see it when you're on the bridge. But other than that, this is just black concrete. I know it doesn't show up very well down here. But yeah. Aha, secret exit. Yeah, if it's powdered black concrete, it has a texture. Excuse me, but if it's already wet, like it's solid concrete, it has this neat deep black look to it. Secret tunnel. Two lovers find each other. We got ourselves a little area back here for growing mushrooms, too. I don't think anyone's doing much with it right now. We've got a couple of cave spider spawners back here. Got a great place to earn some levels real quick. Such mush, yes. Of course, it's completely full of string and spider eyes. Let's see, earlier there was an attempt to take on a I hear a zombie in here. To take on a ocean monument. It was out there somewhere. But yeah, you can see a couple of the people are out here. There's my base way out here, the Dragon Arcade. We're back over here by spawn. Yeah. We're kind of spread out at the moment. That's fun. Oh, there's the zombie. Where did he come from? He hasn't noticed me because he can't see me through the glass. See me through here? Should be able to. Leave that for later. We've also got ourselves a little apiary in here. Lots of bees. I don't know why they're in the SCP facility, but, you know. Somebody had fun setting all this up. Maybe there's going to be some story thing. I don't see the apes. Maybe that's in a later version. Let's see. Administration. Anything up here yet? I don't think there is. Well, what do you know? No administration. Nope. Just a tunnel. What's funny is there is another secret way out of here, too. I'm not sure this was planned for, but actually around the corner up here. Huzzah! Really gotta oil this chair. It squeaks so much. We've got a little zombie spawner. We might do something with this later. Okay, well, I'm glad you don't hear it. I'm always worried that stuff gets picked up on the mic. Got our little nether starter base here so that anybody who spawns in or loses their bed and goes back to spawn, it'll be right here by this place. We've got our ruined area right behind it for the nether portal. Actually, I know what else I could go to. So this portal's really close, right? Well, it goes to a place somewhat close in the overworld. The biggest nether portal. We've got a wool farm down here, very similar to the one that you made, actually. Works pretty well. Yeah, it's a very big nether portal. But this over here is kind of what I wanted to look at. All of this is wool. Every bit of it is wool. And this was used for the map to create the void room. Exactly, you're exactly right for the void. And then we got our art and craft station in here with lots of different wool, so that if somebody wants to draw something, they can go out here and draw it. Whole area set up for it, which is kind of nifty. I think we're just leaving it white right now. It's a big undertaking. There it is, map art station. Fun stuff. We've got glow squids that'll spawn in here. Well, I think the maps in the void room are locked. There's something you can do that locks a map so that it won't change. I think the ones in there are so that way they don't change from being white. Yeah, I haven't done much with the maps myself, so that's still pretty new to me. Jeez, that always scares me. I come through these portals and it just drops me for a minute. I hear the ghast out here somewhere. I just don't see him. Let's see who's on here. Kadu's on here. She's still looking for a terracotta biome. Okay, let's go back and pick up those glow berries that were left on the tracks. Should still be here. I don't think they despawned. Or they did. It doesn't matter. Easy to grow more. Okay. Got some KK slider music now. Okay. Put those back here. I don't need them with me at the moment. Okay, so something I'd like to work on in the overworld is actually going to be a cactus farm. Hello. Lag much? There we go. See, that's why I want the doors to just be open. I don't have to mess with the silly buttons. Let's see. So, cactus farm. Let's make a little hole. Just kind of an area to put it in. So what I'd like is an area that can allow the cactus to grow a little bit, spaced apart, and when they grow, it just pops off the extra layer into some water. It just flows into the chest, into a hopper, into a chest. Easy peasy. So, I put, say, a chest right here that I could have a hopper flow into it from there. Let's go make a double-sided chest real quick. You know, I'm using the dark oak planks. I really wish you'd get, like, dark oak chest. You know? I need to make one more. Need one to make a hopper. Let's take this. Do need to put something. Yeah, exactly. I think that'd be really cool to have. Different colored chests. No hopper. I would imagine there's probably mods that can do it. I'd love it to be in vanilla that way, you know? I think that'd be fantastic. Okay, there we go. So now, anything thrown into the hopper. Is it anything thrown in the hopper? Should go in the chest. Perfect. Oh, I forgot. My pickaxe has silk touch, so I can pick up stone without it becoming cobblestone. I haven't gotten used to that yet. Okay, let's put one of these in here. So the area that this is going to occupy is here. It's going to have to be big. This cactus doesn't like anything sitting next to it. And that is what is going to make this farm work. Okay, so... Alright, so let me ask y'all in chat. Tanas, I know you're nice and active in here right now. What are some things you'd like to see in vanilla Minecraft? I know there's a caves and cliffs thing coming for 1.18, and it's going to have some interesting things. But I'm curious, like, what would y'all like to see, either in 1.18 or 19 or whatever? Ice cream? How so? How would you like ice cream implemented in Minecraft? Lag again? I am. There we go. Vanilla ice cream. Well, vanilla is a fantastic flavor. I like it a lot. We don't have any more fences. Okay. Just get some here. You like vanilla ice cream? Nice. going to put anything into Minecraft to be able to recolor anything. Okay, all right. I'm with you on that idea. The idea of, say, okay, well, we've placed down these dark oak, posts here, right? Fences, so why not recolor them to a new color as well? Or are you thinking an even broader level, like spray paint almost, perhaps? Okay, so now need water to be able to flow that way. Let's get a bucket. A bucket and a mop. Just kidding. Wireless access point. That's a WAP. Sorry. That one's been in my head rent-free for a while, so. Hello, water. More like concrete. But I have to have any color, like those metal doors, repaint. Oh yeah, fantastic. I agree. I think that's honestly something I'd love to see in Minecraft as well. I mean, it's all just texture pack stuff anyway, so it wouldn't be too hard to add that. I don't think it'd be hard to add that. That flow far enough? It does. Perfect. So let's put here. So anything in here will fall and go right there. That's perfect. Silk touch. I can use this to go up and over. Well, if I use the right pickaxe, I do. Okay, there we go. Ooh, that won't work. Notice that? The stuff got stuck on the fence. It'll never make it over here. Okay, so instead of fences, I have to use something else. Well, that's good to know at least. I guess just let's use this. On my axe. Go. Okay. That'll keep that out. And I guess slab up here or something? I remember having this problem with the kelp farm I made, but I can't remember how I fixed it. Well, basically, since the water itself didn't occupy the half block from the fence, the items could just flow past the water and stop, and there's nothing to push them. So I got to use something more akin to a full block, so that when things fall in here, they'll get pushed along like that. I mean, that works. And in fact, it looks like I could even leave this last fence post here without any problems. I think that'll work fine. And that'll allow me to open the chest without any issue as well. So I think that'll work. Okay, so with that in place, pick up the water for now. I don't need it running this whole time. Okay, so I need sand. I think I gotta go get sand, because I don't think I have any. I really wish you could turn glass back into sand, but it doesn't seem to be the way the game works. Bone block. Wood. Nope, no sand. Okay, well, let's go get some real super quick. eat something and go get it. Shouldn't take very long, though. Here we go. There's a swamp area over here, which I think will have some sand on the bottom of it. Okay. Alright, so the ability to recolor things. That sounds like a fantastic idea. Any other things you'd like to implement in vanilla Minecraft? I don't need much sand, but we'll get a few because I'm going to need it for other stuff too. 24 is plenty, I think. So, while y'all are thinking, cactus only wants to grow on sand. So, the room needs to be just tall enough to hold sand on a block or something, like a slab, off the water. So, let's make some slabs. Polished andesite ought to look nice. Here, I need 1, 2, 3, 4 of these. And I have enough fence posts. Let's see. And I am sure a bunch of things. Okay. I mean, hey, why not, right? We can't remember. I want more things that can be used to get things looking just the way I want them. Pretty good ambition to have, honestly. I mean, why not? Okay, so the blocks themselves. I know how I want to do this. There we go. This will work. Blocks themselves are going to sit on these slabs here. There we go. Oh, that works so nicely. Just got to place the stuff. There we go. So now when I put water underneath it, it should flow. Not very well, though. Okay, well, so much for that. I got to put it up higher. Hoping I could have it that level, but won't let the water flow under it because it's a half block. Gotta make it taller. There we go. Perfect. And have a dual piston. Actually, this is going to use no power or redstone at all. What I will need to do is open the room a little bit. Not quite big enough for this to work. You'll see why in a second here. So, I mentioned that cactus doesn't like growing next to anything. And that's actually going to work for our favor in here. Because we're going to force a block of cactus to be next to something. That's basically how this is going to work. So if I put sand on each of these, yeah, you know, flying sand, because why not? Anyway, I can place a cactus on top of one of these, but if there were a block of sand next to it, I couldn't put it there. I can demonstrate that. I literally am right-clicking and it won't let me place it there. But I can place it there. As soon as I put something in between, it breaks the cactus. Right? Without any hesitation at all. It breaks the cactus. So, we're going to use that. Let's pick up these things in here. So what we'll do, come over here. Excuse me. Just like before, we'll place the cactus down. And then when it grows, there. That's all it should take. Well, actually, I think I need to make a cross out of that. Yeah, here we go. These won't grow. Now they will. Oh, cool. So when any of the 4 of these grow, they'll be next to one of the fence posts, and they'll immediately pop off, fall into the water, and off they go. That's it. What I need to do, though, is probably instead of using these half slabs, I need to go ahead and like make them full, because I don't want anything to get stuck under there. It probably would. I have. I've done this before. I probably want to get a little bit of light in here. I don't know how long it takes for these things to grow, but I also don't want any mobs spawning in here, because, you know, that's not a great idea. Come here. There we go. Yeah. Let's put it right here. There we go. Okay, so now I'm going to wait a few minutes and just kind of see if it goes ahead and grows anything now. I just don't know how long our tick speed is set for. Bone meal? Yeah, I could. Have some of that. There's a couple of them. Oh, apparently bone meal doesn't work on cactus. Not so much for that. Alright, bear with me for a minute. I'm going to give it a minute or two, just to kind of see. I know for certain it absolutely does work this way. I may have to put a glowstone light in here to give it a little more light, but I do know that when they try to grow and they grow next to something, it'll just pop right off. Alright, hydration check. Exciting, riveting stuff. Well, I think we'll check on this in a little bit, actually. We'll leave it for now. There's also a cactus farm kind of like this over near that gigantic nether portal. And it works the same way, where when they grow, it just pops them off. Okay. Yeah, here's my gradient blocks, by the way. Just like before. So if you get the angle of the camera just right, it looks like progressively darker hallway. Which is, you know, kind of cool. Let's see. Stone here. There's polished quartz, and then quartz, and then diorite, everybody's favorite. Let's get a few more of these things. Throw them out here. Black stone, that's one of the new ones. Smooth basalt, I think I have out there as well. Yep, bird poop. Calcite is another new one that's out there in the hallway. Black concrete powder and black concrete as well, too, so I can actually use this to make the black concrete. This guy goes on the end as the deepest, darkest thing that we've got. And then I want to say it's some of the like polished kind of blackstone or something like that. Yeah, polished blackstone is not the darkest. This one is right here. Yeah. Yeah, even on my screen, it's hard to see the texture. It's even darker in the stream. I have heard about Black 3.0. I haven't gotten to see it yet, though. I understand it's like a copyrighted color or something. So, like, it's highly controlled. Who gets to even use it? Polished diorite, but I need regular diorite. Yeah. That's the other one. Oh. So there's more than one, huh? Salt. Wait a minute. That's not the one. Well, darn it. What is this one? Let's see. Well, this is Blackstone. I have Blackstone. It's right back over here. I'm just being facetious right now and making this hallway match for the 2 rows. That's all I'm doing. Black 3.0 was made by someone who actually disliked the person who made that. Wow. I like it already. Well, yeah, because it was controlling the color. Oh, I think this is black wool. It is. That's black wool. Okay. This one is block of coal. Oh, yeah, the block of coal. Oh, my gosh. I can't believe I forgot about that. Oh, Vanta Black. Hey, thank you for checking that out for me. Because I didn't know what that was called. Let's do this again here. There we go. So block of coal is the second darkest thing, and black wool is just a little lighter than that. Let's see. Do I have any in here? Don't seem to. Uh-oh. That may be the one thing I lack. Jeez. Okay, so the wool and then the coal. Yeah. I need one more piece of black wool and a piece of diorite, of course. Let's go get one. Easy enough. And polished quartz. Or maybe it's just a quartz block. It may just be a block of quartz. Yeah, just block of quartz, that's it. Come on, guys, grow. Can't be this slow. So far, this thing's proven me wrong about how the farm works. Oh, okay. Let's see what we got here. So, synopsis says, so Vanta Black is super expensive and requires a bunch of stuff to use. And also, the creator made it super restrictive and only let some people use it. The creator of Black 2.0 and 3.0 didn't like what the guy was doing. He made this stuff that is very easy to use, very cheap to buy. It does the same thing, and he openly gave out the chemical makeup of it just to stick it to the Vanta Black guy. Oh, I like it. I like it already. That's fantastic. Slain by a Vex. I don't know what a Vex is either. Let's see. You know, I think I can actually make black wool. just need an octopus sack, right? The ink sac thing? Let's see if there's one out here somewhere. Okay. I know there's a few bodies of water out this direction, so I think at least one of them should have an octopus, or squid, or whatever. This one is a swamp. I don't know if they swim in swamps. I'm feeling they don't. Swim a little faster here. Just follow this river back somewhere. It should take us to some squids in no time. And then we'll be good. Let's see, I wanted to get some black 3.0 to paint a model with it, since it is an acrylic paint. Oh, that's nice to know. But you can't put any varnish on it to protect it because it would add a shine, which would defeat the purpose. Ah, okay. So you would have to be crazy careful with the model so it doesn't chip off the black paint, and I guess it's kind of fragile paint anyway. Oh, wow. I could see it being very fragile, especially if you can't seal it with anything. Like, you could use it, but yeah, once you coat it with something, now it's not so flat black anymore. Still losing air. There we go. There are no squids out here. I just want a singular squid ink. A sword or something like that. Oh, that'd be so neat. Well, and now that Black 3.0 exists, you'll probably see it used as various props in movies and whatnot, so that they really could get something that's just so deep black it just disappears on the camera. And then they could do it practically without having to use any visual effects to get the same effect. I don't know, just a guess. You know, I'm noticing there's no fish out here either. This is weird. Normally there's fish and squid all over these kind of water bodies. Huh, well. I know I've wasted a bit of time on this, but don't waste any more. Chicken. Ooh, there's some bees. I do have Silk Touch. So maybe if the bees went home, I could pick up a beehive. Now you gotta be careful and put like a smoker thing under there. But if they're in it, you pick it up. I think that's okay. I think they only go to bed at night though, so maybe that's not a right now thing. Alright, well, we'll try the river going home and then move on to a different project. Or just wrap up for the night. We'll see how this goes. I've been going for the last 4 hours. I'd say I've done it again where I've turned another chill stream into an endurance stream. I don't really try to do that. It's easy to lose track of time in this game. Sin, I know you know what I'm talking about. Lukewarm stream. Yeah, there we go. Well, I am being at least a little silly here too, because technically all I gotta do is go back to the sheep farm, and there's plenty of black wool in there. So you just grab one of those blocks. Do that. I did sort of ruin the river a little bit. I want to make it a nicer river later anyways. It kind of leads into this swamp, as it is. Which, these swamps are always so murky. As soon as you get in it, everything gets all brown water. Green water, whatever. I mean, it's kind of an interesting feature. This grass get even grayer. Will I get lucky and find a black sheep? Doesn't look like it so far. Some nice blue flowers. Turn stuff blue or black. Alright, well. No squids right now. And those splash water. Okay, so this is going to be fun eventually, because that little cave is going to get moved over just a little bit, so it's a little more centered up. I'm going to have a neat, really big dragon maw. So that starting from about here, you'd start walking up. I guess I could start laying out a few blocks for that, couldn't I? Use a bunch of this stuff here. Grab something to munch on so I don't have to deal with hunger. Let's see here. Yeah, these guys aren't centered up on anything yet, so I'm not going to worry about that. But I think I kind of want the end of the tongue to be kind of over here. So again, not centered on that thing, but centered up here, kind of. So it kind of goes back from here. Let's just lay some of this out. Big perp dragon, that's right. So let's see. At this size, it's going to be 1, 2, 3. Uh-oh. Aha! Thought I heard something. Boom. Gotcha. Got him. Let's get out of here and sleep, because I hear another one. I forgot I haven't slept in a while. Because other people keep sleeping on the server instead. There we go. Okay. These stragglers out here. Yup. Really? Guess I need to add power to this bow too, don't I? Okay, anyway, where was I? So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Gives me a single block in the middle. 2, 3. So basically kind of centered up on that. Like it's narrower than I want, though. Here, let's just put the whole thing in. Line in here. Oh, that is a lot narrower than I want it to be. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 means 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th block. So this one is the center point here. This back a little bit. Let's try this. Where's my shovel? The idea with this is I want it to be a very, very large dragon head so that when it's constructed, it looks like a dragon head, as opposed to just looking like a bunch of blocks that somebody has to squint really hard and think, I guess that's sort of dragon-ish. And with MineCraft's blocks being 1 meter cubed, the scale I need to build it on is pretty darn big. If the tongue itself is 9 blocks wide on a diagonal, the whole thing is going to be pretty big. But that's sort of the idea. This isn't meant to be a small project. I'm, going to work on this over time. And hopefully it'll be fun to build it too. That's kind of the main thing. If it's not fun, then why bother? Yeah. They are, aren't they? This will also be a multi-level tongue. It's not just going to be flat. It's going to kind of go up and then down a little bit. Kind of like the arc of a tongue. So. And I'm thinking that the purple won't be the whole thing. Like, I'll use purple blocks as well. Because I can't have slabs made out of amethyst, unfortunately. Which this is amethyst, by the way. This ended up almost right in the middle. Should be. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, absolutely, right in the middle. Nice. Absolutely, it'd be better to recolor slab. I could build the whole thing out of concrete. Not even have to worry about it. No? Let's take those down. Okay, so this is the middle. So right here. Just a little bit. Okay. Well, the nice thing is to make these, you can't do it there, but you can build them out of those shards that keep regrowing. So at least as far as this stuff goes, I have kind of an unlimited source of it underground. Oh, hey. Which is helpful. I just have to spend the time mining it. Yeah, I'm thinking that this tongue will have to look like it's textured. Because I need it lit as well. So that way things don't spawn on it. I want it to be the actual, like, entrance to the base. I want it usable. So if I can put purple carpet on stuff, I can put that over things like jack-o'-lanterns or over glowstone or glowberries or whatever. And that will definitely help to keep it from, like, letting things spawn. So we're going to start with this and just kind of see what it looks like to fill the whole thing. So if I can aim where I want to put these things, huh? I think if I want the tongue to look like it's going to be forked, it's going to have to be a lot more pronounced than that. But that's fine. That is fine and dandy. Okay. Definitely going through this stuff real fast here this way. So the rest of the dragon head, again, kind of keeping with why you might want to be able to recolor blocks, I have a limited palette I can work with as far as shades of colors go. Oops, not over here. You kind of said it yourself that there's, only so many colors you can have. And one of the things I noted when I made the little room over in the SCP for these kind of things is there's not a whole lot of different shades to work with in colors outside of, black, gray, and white. As soon as you get into other colors like purple, green, blue, whatever, you're even more limited in what's available. So what I'm going to do is give this thing a purple tongue, and then the rest of it is going to be shades of white through gray to black. Let's see, that is what I was thinking. You are going to have like one purple. Oh my gosh. 3. I only needed 3 more. Oh my goodness. 15 out here. You know what? No, I do want more than that. This. There we go. Have you ever tried building this in Sandbox? You can see how it's going to come out. Yes. I have a single player copy of this world that I can pull up. And basically I flew from spawn all the way out to this area in creative mode and started laying out a huge palette of all sorts of different blocks to try and get an idea on the shades, and then start laying out the basic shape for this as well. And, you know, in that one, it kind of started with the tongue as well. Because that's going to be the main runway, I guess you could say, to get in. So it's got to look good, it's got to make sense, and it's got to be big enough. Now, as it is, I've already goofed it up by laying it flat on the ground. It technically needs to arch up pretty good, like it's sitting over the bottom jaw. So it's going to have to be, you know, a few blocks up, and it's going to stair step up to it. But again, this is just kind of getting the basic. Dragon Tug is my kind of welcome mat. I can appreciate that. I'm going to have to sleep to make it day again here. But yeah, so technically this layer won't be flat, and it'll be up a couple of blocks, and it'll kind of arch and then go back down. And there'll be other stuff around here to be like the jaw and then have these big teeth jutting up. But I want the end of the tongue to kind of drape over the end of the teeth. So I guess I got to figure out how I want the very end of it to look, and then make it kind of arch up over some blocks to go back. So I'm tempted to tear some of it back up right now, just to start that part. So I could here. So let's say this is where the end of the jaw is, right? So then the tongue itself, like if you think of pushing your own tongue out past your teeth, kind of hangs back down over it. So let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, just like this. Wide, but out here. So maybe 1, 2, 3, 4. Kind of centered up on that. Same way. So then from here to here needs to be higher. Right? Yeah. Probably up here. Just so I can stair step it down. Maybe. This whole thing's a process. It's fun. We'll figure it out. This is where being able to alternate with slabs will be helpful, because I can put a slab just a half block up behind it and have it arch more smoothly, instead of just like, oh, I have to jump up these high stairs to come in or whatever. But part of why I want this thing so big is if anyone comes flying in with their elytra on, you know, I want the teeth and everything to be big enough and out of the way that you can fly right into the throat of this thing without crashing. So, maybe not this high. I'm looking at it. That high would probably do it. Kind of about to that level. Do I have other blocks on me? I do. So this is where the jaw is. put it something like this. Do do do. Okay. Doesn't feel like it's centered up anymore, but it's about the right height, I think. So then on each side of it, there would effectively be blocks to kind of carry it up and down, sort of. Yeah. See, that's the problem, is like, if I don't make this thing gigantic, then it's not going to look gradual enough. It's going to be like, oh, there's just a pile of stones here. Rather than looking like, oh, a tongue sweeping over the lower jaw, you know? So let's see. Where's the middle? Right here? You're basically only using one colorful block. Size is going to be important. Yeah, exactly. Well, I tell you what, let me grab the other things I'm considering using for it, because they're a very different shade, so I'm not 100% convinced of using them. Unless I switch out the whole tongue to be this other type. And that is the purple blocks. I think I can put them in here. Yeah, because I can get purple slabs out of some of this too. Empty some of my inventory. I got a lot of clutter in here right now. White wool. I was gonna die. There's the sticks. That of wood. Need a lot of this stuff. Really need a shovel. Okay, yeah. So the pillars can't turn anything, but there are the purple blocks and the purple slabs that I can use as well, which gets me sort of a gradient level. So let's just sort of demolish this stuff out. This isn't going to be a gradient. This is at least not that sharp, anyways. So instead, what I could do, got this stuff here, which isn't too terrible different from this, but I feel that I should use pink wool along with this stuff, you know? You see, I can make a gradual step like that instead of something quite as sharp. Yeah, and then it's a pink fleshy color instead of this purple. So it won't ring like this if I go with the purple, but honestly, I think I'm going to be happier using the purple blocks. Which means I got to go to the end and harvest a lot of End City bits, because that's where this stuff comes from. I've only got a little bit of it right now, like not much. Four hours and 40 minutes in. Do I really want to head to the end? I don't really think so. In fact, I can't even remember where the end portal is on this server. I haven't been there yet. Yeah. So let's do this. I'm going to go back to the wool farm and grab some pink wool. A whole bunch of it. And see how that matches this stuff as well. So I feel that's going to be sort of the key to this is being able to have colors that are going to be complementary of each other. Cool. I'll move the other stuff in there later. Alright, this has been running for a while. Anything? Nope. So, I may have built it wrong, I guess. Oh, I know exactly what it is. Oh my gosh. The ceiling's too low. Because it'll be immediately against the ceiling when it grows up there. And because it's a whole block, it won't even try to grow. If it were a fence, it wouldn't mind. No, I'm forgetting something. That's gonna be what it was. Oh. I need to open that far up, I guess. There we go. Yeah. I was like, wait a minute, why aren't they growing? So that way they have room so that if they grow one, they're not going to be against that block. That's probably what was keeping it from working this whole time. Oh, we'll check on it again later and see what happens. Okay, okay. Off we go to go pilfer some pink. Don't read too much into that. Laundry switched. Hey, fantastic. Sometimes it feels really good to be responsible. Let's see, is this the one? No. The other one here. Are you? Sometimes I forget. I'm just teasing. Boop. I don't know, you're probably more adult about that than I am, because... Yeah, see, here we go, right here. Look, see. This is the other one. And it's the same thing. When this one grows, it'll just pop off because of those. And it makes lots of cactus. That's it. That's all it takes. I mean, I guess I technically didn't even need the sand blocks to be flying. I can just have the water flow around it. That's all it is right there. Just a little cross shape of these guys so that they'll just pop right off. That's all I was emulating on my end. So I'm not sure why mine doesn't work other than just maybe the ceiling was too low for it. Gray. Light gray. Aha, purple. Get some of that. Actually, we're going to take all of that. Ha! Black wool. Go. Magenta. Need lots of that. Pink, we're going to take lots of that. We might need 4 squares away. It might indeed. Go with red for that. go. This gives me a few shades to work with here, too. It is wool. So, not concrete. Oh yeah, you haven't seen this stuff yet. Glow squid ink. If you write something on a sign and then right-click it with this, it'll glow. There's a lot of different things, not everything, but there's a lot of things you can... That's not it. Yeah, I think if you put the sign in your inventory and put one with it. Yeah, there we go. It's a glowing item frame. So then if I put this up, it's glowy, and poof, there we go. As compared to that. But anything you put in there, it'll kind of glow as well. I think it gives off light, not just the pattern. But yeah, if you write something on a sign and hit it with that, after you've written on the sign, it'll glow like this, with an outline. And you can color it so that you can get different colors or whatever. Quadrupedal, locomotive, beast of burden. Some of it's easier to read than others. Oh, look who's out here. Alright, bad boy. They spawn near nether portals, apparently. Oh, I know where there's more wool. It's gonna be here. Yeah, lots more. 1, 2, 3. Let's just make some room. Can I? So I'm gonna have that. That. There we go. 2, 3. Oh, I do know how to lock the maps. That's right. After you make a map, you combine it with a pane of glass, and that makes it permanent. So that way, the map doesn't change, even if you change the ground that it's based on. That's what it was. It's like, I know there's a way to lock it. Where's the light pink? Is pink left out of this? There's magenta. There's purple. There's pink. Alright. I know it's here somewhere. It's because it's one of the few that's on the bottom row. There we go. Now I got lots to work with. Haha. Alright. Done pilfering for now. Look at this. There's another guy. Remember me? Nope. There we go. Don't need those. Oh, I don't need the zombie flesh either, for that matter. Oh, jeez. Every time I come back through there, it nearly drops me in lava. Just because of the server lag as it's loading. Never died from it. Always feels like I could. It's unnerving, to say the least. That would suck really bad, because there'd be no way to get my equipment back. Hot twig. Yeah, hot twig is good. Lava twig, maybe not so much. Boop. Alright. Which means I'm that much hotter. Oh, wait a minute. Wait. Where did you spawn from? You shouldn't be able to spawn in here. These are all slabs and carpet. Where did you come from? I want to know. Did I miss a piece? These are all slabs. And they can't spawn on the railroad tracks. And they can't spawn on slabs or carpet. Where did he come from? Or stairs, for that matter, either. What? Alright, buddy. Speaking of hot. Well, that's a mystery to me. I don't know what he spawned on here. Sizzle. Oh yeah, it's hot drink. All right. Let's take this haul of wool all the way back here. Oh, looks like these may be too close as well. Lots of open room around it. Being a little bit of a neat freak here to stack them in order. Okay. Now what I need... Who needs gold? Let's compare some colors out here, shall we? So weird to turn around and just see an ocean of purple. Better get used to that. Whenever this thing's constructed, or being constructed, it'll be an ocean of pinkish, purple, whatever out here. So. I don't know about that. That one's a little closer, I guess. Ugh, man, none of them are very close to each other, aren't they? Wait, what is Renard doing? Did I put a portal high or low? High, maximum danger. Oh my gosh. See what a color mixture... Yeah. Color mixture tool would be amazing right now. And the other thing is, the only blocks out of all this that I can stair step are these. Right here, right there. I have one of these. I can actually make literal stairs as well. Because purple blocks can turn into stairs as well. So I do have that as an option too. So again, if I stick with purple blocks, which I will probably do after seeing all this, I can do stuff like that. So I can change how quickly it goes up without it being a whole block up or back or anything like that. So yeah, I'm kind of thinking purple blocks are going to be the block of choice for this area here, for the tongue. I mean, they even look kind of tonguey pinkish. All right. Let's. Now I know other folks on this server went and did a little bit of end busting a while back. I need to find out where that end portal is. I think I know roughly where it is, but I'd have to go find it. So I'm probably going to save that for another stream. Actually, I tell you what, I will leave these up just so I can get a better look at them another day. Yeah. Okay. Well, I think I'm coming up to where I'm going to just about wrap up this stream for now. I've certainly made a lot more progress than I originally intended to for this stream. Again, a chill stream, but, you know, lukewarm in the end, I guess, right? But that's fine. It's fun. So, I think we'll kind of end on this, where I've got sort of the basic layout of where the tongue is going to be and the size of it. But we'll call this the underbelly of the lower jaw. How about that? This is the where the lower jaw is basically going to start. I'll probably pull these up and use these fancy blocks somewhere else. I mean, at least I have a crystal downstairs that, you know, grows more of them, so I'm not really worried about that. But I think purple blocks are going to be what I use to build the tongue. And I really think that tongue is going to be the very next piece I build here. And then I can put the jaw around it. So yeah, it'll be up higher than this. And the jaw will kind of be all around it. I think next stream, I'm going to go into the end and gather as much purple block as I can. I'll probably take one or two of these kind of guys with me. And just sort of see what I can find in there. Because I'm going to need a lot of it. In fact, I may even make it a collaboration kind of thing where someone can join me. Then I can get more of this stuff. I think that'll be a good idea. Let's see. Where did I put those glow squid eggs? There we go. Let's throw some of these other blocks around here. So not all of them. Got black wool. Alright, been nearby for this for a little bit. Let's see if anything's going on. Hey, look at that! I got 3 of them! Ha ha ha! Maybe we'll get lucky in the next minute or so while I'm talking here, and one will pop off and kind of get an idea what we're looking at here. Let's move this out of my hand just to make it easier to see. But yeah, apparently I could have built this lower. Didn't need it to be up so high. Oh well. There it is. But, yeah, the cacti's working. So this means that anytime I spin around my little base here, I'll get cacti going, I guess. That'll be nice. So yeah, it needs headroom too, not just on the sides, but above it. And that was what was keeping it from growing earlier. I don't know why it's only 3 and not 4, though. Maybe one of them just didn't want to grow for a tick. But yeah, I've actually made some good progress tonight. I think I'm pretty happy with it. Oh yeah. Let's cap this off. Here we go. Ta-da! There we go. So if I do it just like this... There we go. Full gradient from white to black. I think the only way to get something whiter would probably be white concrete, which might get 1 shade brighter than this. Yeah, finally filling it in. Indeed. And what I may do is like do that all around this thing too, because I'm living in a little cave. Oh look, my spires are growing. Don't read too much into that. The dripstones, they start as these little guys, and you drip water through them and they get bigger. And every time I come through here, I knock them down so they're the little ones again. And and then I replant them so they can grow more. In fact, I need to make a room to grow a bunch of these things, so I need to move all this. Because basically you just run water over top of it and it drips through and you get more. That's all it takes. It's not complicated. Break these guys. You can break them to different sizes like that. You get these little spikes. You can put them up or down. They're mostly a decoration thing, but you can also... well, let's see. It hurts to land on them. It basically shortens your fall distance. So one thing you could do is make a mob dropper that drops baddies onto them. And then this, it'll do more damage to them. So that's one thing to do. They're also just kind of cool to look at. I know on the MineCraft server, there's a guy, I think Cubfan, is building just this huge valley out of this stuff. He's using the dripstone blocks and then the actual pointed dripstones as well. But these guys will grow towards each other, I think, until they touch. I believe it's like up to 6 or 7 blocks in length. So these things get pretty big. Yeah, spike trap is a good thing. But yeah, I'll expand this later on as well. The dripstone itself is kind of a neat texture. I don't know, almost looks like compressed bacon. Bacon can't be a bad thing, right? I'll do more on the tongue later. Let's see. I have a little bit more to do on the Nether Railroad to pretty up the tunnel. And I gotta find out why that one zombie piglin spawned in the tunnel. I don't want any of them spawning in there, because then they can mess up the railroad. You'll bump into one and you'll go back the way you came. That's no fun. Got the cactus farm going. Took a minute or two, but got it. It's working now. Uh-oh. I'm being raided. I'm being raided while I'm wrapping up. I think Padu is here. Badunk! Are you raiding me? Oh my gosh. You are. Oh my gracious. Oops. Panda raid! Y'all are just in time for me pretty much signing off for the evening, but I can show just a little bit before I leave as well. So hello everybody who's come in from the Padunk raid. Made some progress on the Nether Railroad Station. Went ahead and added my color gradient here. So it goes from polished quartz block all the way down here to black concrete. It's the deepest black you can get in the game. Made myself a little cactus farm, which kind of works. Hasn't been running for long. And one of the bigger projects is starting to lay out Dragon Tongue. As I was explaining to earlier, the color will not be this purple block, or this purple amethyst. It's going to be the purple block. So I need to go out to the end, get a whole bunch of that stuff. But yeah, this is actually kind of me wrapping up my stream tonight. I'm afraid Padu brought you in right at the very end of it. But it's been fun. It's been another endurance stream, roughly 5 hours. But it's been good. Very relaxing. Got a bunch of stuff done. And man, the dripstone is really growing. 1, 2, 3 segments long. I'm going to leave this. I'm not going to break these now. A cozy stream. That's right. Cozy lukewarm stream. I'm going to ring the little bell here. We are basically done for the night. Thank you, everybody, for coming. Let's pop in and see who's in here right now. We have another RT TV viewer. Dixie Kong. Hey, welcome there. Fito Pyre. I'm not sure how to pronounce that. I am very sorry. Hot girl from Cali. Very good. Silea, Sanasa, and Zafane. Thank you guys for coming. I appreciate y'all for being here. For however long or short you've been in here. I appreciate it. Feel free to subscribe if you'd like. I'm going to try to stream once a week. Sunday seems to be the day I can dedicate to it. I may stream more frequently if I'm able to, but they'll be a little more spontaneous. Oh my gosh. Thank you. Thank you for coming in here, Badunk. I appreciate it. Thank you so very much. Thank you for bringing the raid. I appreciate that too. That's right. That's right. Who could forget the Badunk? I sure don't. Y'all want to know a secret? You want to know a Padunk secret? When we're sitting on the couch and she's laying down next to me, she tends to fall asleep. And she's just like out for several hours. It's really adorable. That's all. She does. This afternoon, she laid down next to me and just snoozed for 3 hours. I'm like, you know what? I'll stay here on the couch for 3 hours. I don't mind. Oh, okay. You know what? I tell you what. I can talk about this briefly, just as a teaser. I actually did some artwork while she was snoozing next to me on the couch. I've been building a card game for several years now. Finishing touches are being put on it right now, and I'm hoping to get it published real soon. But I was building some more of the cards for it. The game is called Trains in Space. It's this wacky game where everybody's trying to save their colony and throwing space junk on their train as it's hurtling back towards Earth through space. And you're trying to have the most valuable one to prove, aha, you saved my colony. You're basically faking it, though, by, all the space junk supposedly counting as being from your colony. There's the TLDR elevator pitch version of it. It's a lot of fun. Everything is very tongue-in-cheek in the game. There's a lot of take that kind of moments where you're attacking your opponents or defending from them, and putting all kinds of crazy things in your train. So I was drawing one of the train cars today. So at some point I may share some of the artwork of this. I may share some of the stuff. We'll see. I'm not sure how much I want to put out there in the public eye just yet. But to be fair, I've shared some stuff about this already. But we'll see. We'll see. I may share it with you guys, especially if you come back another time later. So a little incentive to come back if you'd like. I may even do an art stream at some point. We'll see. See how this goes. But for now, I think I'm gonna go ahead and wrap up. I don't know how to do the raid thing though. How do you raid people? Should we raid somebody? Should I see if there's somebody we could raid? Dragon Comfy Protector. Oh, thank you. Deeksy, I'm so glad you got to come, by the way. I see you said hello, James, in there. I appreciate that. You're probably watching Padu's stream. I know with all her giggling, she can be very entertaining to watch. So, you made a good choice. But let's see what we can do here. Let's bring up this. And I think if I go to my... is it the video producer? Is that the one? No, that's not the one. Let's go back. Sorry, bear with me for just a moment, folks. I think it's the creator dashboard. No? Oh, she found terracotta. Oh, very nice, Dixie. I didn't know that. You should say hashtag spoilers. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. But that's great. If she found terracotta, that means we can use that for making all sorts of stuff. That is definitely good. We've been wanting terracotta for a while now. Let's see. Is it this one? No. Well, I'm not sure that I know how to set a raid off on anybody. Yeah, because if I go to this, it's just going to... Oh, Stream Manager. Maybe that's the one. Here we go. I think this will do it. I think if I hit raid channel... Oh, I have to know the name of the channel. Ooh. I don't know what channel to raid. What do you guys think? Use /raid. /raid and then the channel name. Okay, well, let's see what channel name. Let's see what we got here. Back to Twitch. Are any of my friends or colleagues currently streaming? It looks like there are a couple of folks. No, not really. Well, I tell you what. How about this? I will save the raid idea for another time, because I just got raided. I only had you folks for a few minutes before I'm going to be signing off. But thank y'all so much for coming. I'm going to work on this raid thing for next time. Tell you, let's pop out of this, and which one is it? F5? Huzzah! There we go. There's the dragon. I hope y'all have a wonderful evening. Thank y'all so very much for coming. I really appreciate everyone who turned out tonight. Hope you had fun. We'll do more of this later. Take care, and everyone have yourself a wonderful night.